Namaste. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I'm grateful to be here, and I trust you are feeling as well as you can be, given whatever circumstances might be prevailing in your life at this time. If there are any difficulties, remember that this too shall pass, and what you are feeling is always a valid expression of what you are experiencing, both inside and out. Nonetheless, I hope you find peace and relaxation here, and I hope to be your humble host, and if I'm not, you can hold me accountable to that. Our first guests are joining now, and thank you, dear I Am Princess Mom, for blessing us with a heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. Welcome, dear Pashtun. Hello, dear Chloe. Welcome, Yusako. Hello, dear Mitreza. And thank you, Giuliano, for the squirrel. Bhuram Bhuvaswa Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. I'd love to begin by setting the intentions for this space as being a welcoming environment open to everyone, regardless of our background, identity, orientation, belief system, ethnicity, etc. May we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. What is that, dear Musako? I'm not familiar. You bought some incense yesterday, dear Chloe. I hope it is relaxing for you. Happy to have you here, dear Emma. Welcome, Angel Number. Welcome, dear Blood and Nat. Allow me to also begin with an invocation of a Shanti mantra, a peace prayer, taken from the Taittiriya and Katha Upanishad, which in the ancient language of Sanskrit goes like this. Sahana Vavatu Sahana Bhunaktu Sahaviryang Karva Vahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu Ma Vidvisha Vahai. Shanti 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 Harihi Tat Sat. Om. May the Divine protect us both together. May the Divine nourish us both together. May we work conjointly with great haste. May our studies be vigorous and effective, and may we not mutually dispute or hate any. Om. May there be peace in us. May there be peace in our environment. And may there be peace in the forces that act on us. Oh, I see, dear Musako. It is unlikely, but who knows what will happen. That's another one, Enzo. Everyone is welcome here, regardless of how tall they are. We love our short kings and our tall queens. Or any other combination in between or beyond. Hello, dear Caitlin. Hello, Don Suela Priya. Thanks for popping by. I'm very grateful to have you here, dear Emma. Welcome, dear Waltzish. Hello, Mariham. Welcome again, dear European guitarist. Shall I tell you about the agenda for today's live stream? We'll begin with a reading from the Radiant Sūtras. This is a modern translation and commentary of an ancient scripture known as the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. It enumerates 112 gateways to the yoga of wonder and delight. It's a conversation between the divine masculine and divine feminine, as they are in a loving embrace. They talk about finding bliss in everyday moments. We'll continue from the 31st method and read a couple more after that. That'll be our Shravana section, the portion of Sangha dedicated to listening. I'll be very grateful to listen with you as we read. Then we'll transition to Manana, the section dedicated to Q&A, and we can explore whatever is in our hearts and minds. And there will be a question of the day about infinity. And then we'll have Nididhyasana, the final portion dedicated to supplementary practice. And we will practice our Sanskrit pronunciation and meditation through mantra japa, the recitation of holy sounds. Tonight's mantra is dedicated to a form of Shiva known as Rudra, specifically a form of Rudra known as Koti, and his sacred bija, Nyam, which is said to have the power in sound form to dissolve diseases. And that'll be it for today's Sangha. How does that sound? Namaskara, dear dancing aurora borealis. I don't have any particular time for my live streams, dear Kuanta TikTok, other than around now or maybe a few hours before. If you want to be notified for when I begin my live streams, not only do I post a story on TikTok, I also post a story on Instagram. And it explains what I'm going to be doing in the live stream, what we're going to be doing together if you want to join. I also write that out, post it in my Discord server and the Telegram group, in case any of those options are viable for you. Thank you, dear dancing aurora borealis, for the heart meme. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Welcome, Tamra Bowen. Hello, Plankton. Hello, dear Mariki. I do practice a few forms of yoga. My emphasis is on the inner forms of yoga, like karma yoga, the yoga of action, our intentions in everything that we do, the yoga of loving devotion, bhakti yoga, and the yoga of knowledge, knowing wisdom, jnana yoga. But I have been practicing some physical yoga recently too. Welcome, dear Kaiwala. Sorry to hear that, dear Emma. Who knows how the algorithms work these days for who gets notified and who doesn't get notified. That's why I try to cover as many platforms as possible. Hello, dear Nanooks. Welcome, Ten, how are you? And thank you for your heart, mate. Bhram Bhairavaya Namo Namah. Hello, Liz. Good evening, Ida from Sweden. And thank you, Katie, for your heart, mate. Radhe, Radhe. Some of you may be interested to know that today is the new moon, which means it won't be visible at night. But if you look closely, without straining your eyes, it should be very close to the sun. It is a conjunction, or as close as of a conjunction you can get without a solar eclipse of the moon and sun. In many calendar systems, this begins a new month. We are close to the end of the month of April, but in lunar months, some systems demark the end of a month on a full moon, others at the beginning of a new moon. This may be a time for beginnings, if you like that idea. We do call it a new moon in English, so I guess we're already biased towards that kind of calendar system. It's said that every phase of the moon is dedicated to a particular form of the divine, And on a new moon, Amavasya, the form of the divine is our ancestors themselves. So it's a great time to connect with ancestral tradition, your family and their practices, if you choose to. You might skip a few generations if there's some tension between you and your immediate family. Symbolizing stability and security. I like that addition, Ida. Happy new moon, dear Donsuela. Good day, Jackie. Did I just get a question in Sanskrit? I think I did. Did you ask, am I married? Or what do I think about marriage? I don't think my Sanskrit's that good to have a full conversation in it. But I like to see that. Good evening, dear mate. If I am right, I am not married. But marriage is a beautiful part of many people's lives. And if it calls to you, that's a beautiful thing. The union between lovers is a sacred bond. Thank you, dear Royal Blow, for your heart, mate. Ganapataye Namah. Are you asking to marry me in Sanskrit? Well, I was close. I am not married, but my heart is spoken for. Let us continue reading through the radiant sutras together, shall we? Hello, dear Nasoda. That's understandable. I am Princess Swamp. Jayama. I am 23. Dear Nestor Medina Lane. Oh my goodness, what a name. Nestor Medina Lane. Nestor Medina Lane. You can tell me if there's a preferred pronunciation of your name. I'd be delighted to learn. Where were we? I will read the Sanskrit of the 31st Yukti, one of the 112 gateways to the Yoga of Wonder and Delight. This is the 54th verse overall in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Then I'll read the English poetic translation. And then we'll pull out a single word from the Sanskrit and use that as a seed for the meditation practice that this invokes. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tatvani yani nilayam dhyatvante vyajyate para. That means experience the substance of the body and the world as made up of vibrating particles. And these particles, made up of even finer energies, drifting more deeply, feel into each pulse of energy as it condenses from infinity and dissolves back into it continuously. Noticing this, breathe easily, with infinity dancing everywhere. I love that. Sounds like particle or quantum physics, but this is an ancient scripture. The word of the verse is para. P-A-R-A. Para. It can mean many things. It can mean far, distant, remote, in space, opposite, ulterior, farther than, beyond, on the other or farther side of, extreme, previous in time, former, ancient, past, later, future, next, following, succeeding, subsequent, final, last, the supreme or absolute being, the universal soul, the highest point or degree, the wider or more extended meaning of a word. Para. The practice, wonder, and awe are power sources propelling this practice. What is the world made out of? What is my body made out of? The technique is to take any element of your body and develop a subtler and subtler, sukshma appreciation of all levels, until you perceive its foundation, its ultimate reality, para, the source of existence. You can use any schema of the basic constituents of the universe that attracts you. The elements of the periodic table, the Aristotelian forms of earth, air, fire, and water, the 5 elements of Chinese Qigong, earth, metal, wood, and water and fire, the Buddhist great elements, or Mahabhutas, or the Tattva, thatness of Shaivism or Sankhya, or you could make up your own system. Whatever element attracts you becomes your mantra, your tool of thought. One of the skills here is to find what fascinates you so deeply that you want to go in and spend time meditating in this way. When you discover an element that intrigues you, engage with it using all of your senses and instincts. If you suddenly fall in love with the element of water, pay special attention when drinking anything, bathing, walking in the rain, watering the plants, or swimming. Take a hot bath and notice that there is water outside your body, while inside your body you are about 75% water. You could take your blood pressure and marvel that a fluid is circulating within your body. Notice what thirst is and develop a taste for simple, pure water. This practice is endless because we have so many senses with which to see, smell, taste, touch, and hear the elements. We are not only built out of the elements, but we are also designed to love them. The particular sensory aspects of the elements we are attracted to are as unique to us as our voices and eyes. Para is the universal soul, and in practicing this yukti, you are asking her to take you into her kitchen and let you see how bodies and planets are whipped up out of nothing, following the cookbook of creation. There's a beautiful meditation practice for you. Dive into the elements. Refine your sense of them, subtler and subtler, until you get to the source of them. Let's read a few more, shall we? This is the 32nd yukti, or the 55th verse overall in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Ham Pinam cha durbalam shaktim dhyatva dvadasha gochare pravishya hridaye dhyayan mukta svatandriyam apnuyat. Strong or soft, wild or serene, wherever breath flows, there is song. Hear its whisper touching behind the face, singing in the throat, dancing spirals in the sanctuary of your heart. In this practice of listening, a moment may come when you just want to lie down. This is a doorway. Surrender. Fall into the wide open embrace of life. You are the instrument breath is playing. All the meditations you have ever loved are vibrating in this luxurious hum, continuing even in sleep and dreams. This is your school, just you and infinity. The texture of the self is untamed freedom. The word of the verse is Svatantra. 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 It can mean independence, self-will, freedom, one's own system or school, one's own army, free, uncontrolled, full-grown. The word is Tantra, a loom, metaphorically a framework or network of interconnected threads, a system, from the root tan, meaning to extend, spread, be diffused as light over, shine, extend towards, reach to stretch a cord, for example. And sva is a prefix meaning self. The practice? With an external practice such as asana, you can imitate someone else. You can watch the teacher do a pose and follow along. With the internal aspects of yoga, such as meditation, there is no way to imitate anyone else. We can't see what someone is doing if they are sitting there with their eyes closed. Meditation is internal yoga. Dhyana yoga. Just you and infinity. What actually happens inside you is unique to you. So with meditation, you need to begin with Svatantra, freedom and independence, or else you will not end up there. You have to feel your way and follow your inner call right from the beginning. In meditation, whenever you sense restriction, be alert to the possibility that the technique you are practicing does not suit your essence. Perhaps you are imprisoning yourself in the name of discipline. Your longing for freedom is one of the most powerful forces in your being. Yoga emerges from this longing. When you feel like quitting a specific practice or discipline, it is not failure. That system may have worked to get you through a certain phase of your life, but you have outgrown it and are now being called to a deeper discipline, one more in accord with your true nature. Your yoga is evolving into a new form, which may be unknown to you for a while. When you graduate from a school, celebrate. The Vijnana Bhairava Tantra makes it clear that when you integrate one particular yukti and are ready to move on, another is calling you. Give yourself time to explore the practice that suits your life and helps you to thrive in your inner and outer worlds. Beautiful word, Svatantra. All of that came from just one word of the verse. How amazing. Find your own practice, your own personal system. Find freedom and independence in that. Let's read just one more yukti, shall we? This is the 33rd yukti and the 56th verse overall in the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Bhuvanadvadi rupena chintayed kramasho khilam stula sukshma parasthitya yavadande manolaya. This whole universe is a path of liberation, a vast arena for your endless play. Playing, let your awareness be everywhere at once. Planets, stars, swirling galaxies, subatomic motes are all dancing within you. Enter the rhythm. Descend into the space between beats. Dissolve into intimacy with the dancing one. The word of the verse is Bhuvana. B-H-U-V-A-N-A. Bhuvana. Coming from the root Bhu, meaning to be. This word can mean a being, living creature, a human, humankind, the world, earth, all three worlds, earth, heaven, and the nether realms, or earth, the mental and the spiritual realm, place of being, abode, residence, a house, or causing to exist. Bhuvana. The practice. This practice is a path of wonder in which we allow our loving attention to engage with the inquiry. How did the universe, all these people, planets, and stars get here? What course is the universe following? Adva is road, way, orbit, journey, distance, time, method, even the zodiac. Suggesting you consider the revolution of planets around stars, the revolution of galaxies around their cores, and the nature of space and time. Wonder invites attention toward the subtle, the world beyond the world. This verse uses the phrase Stula Sukshma, gross to subtle. Attend first to the obvious level, then allow awareness to be called into layer after subtle layer of this magical dance until you dissolve into infinity. Follow each perception from Stula, the massive, dense level, to the Sukshma, the atomic level. Then go beyond into Para, that which is beyond, the infinite mystery out of which we have emerged. Don't be surprised if your mind dissolves in awe after 15 seconds. The mind is fast. Your natural speed might be such that once you begin to consider the multiple levels of this dancing universe, your mind might go silent in wonder within a few seconds. In a minute, you might cycle from contemplating the whole universe to silent awe and back again several times. Another wonderful practice. Well, that is the 31st, 32nd, and 33rd gateway to the yoga of wonder and delight. I thoroughly enjoyed all three of them, and I appreciated the connection in each one to infinity. That last one especially resonated with me, given that I have a background having a lot of curiosity in physics. Oh, the dancing of particles, how this universe has come to be from their tango. I like that wonder and awe as a meditation. as we go deeper and deeper into the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, I think it's becoming increasingly clear how everything and anything can be used as a meditation practice. So thank you very much for listening. If that brought out any insights from within you, you are welcome to share. But that concludes our Shravana section, the listening portion. And I welcome everyone that joined while we were reading. And now we can transition to Manana, the section of Q&A, dedicated to exploring whatever is in our hearts and minds. Allow me to thank those who sent a gift whilst we were reading as well. Dear Tattvamasi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Shri Ganeshaya Namah. Minnesota, thank you for your ice cream cone. Krim Kalikaya Namah. And Lisbeth, thank you for the paper crane you sent. Kamalir Mahakalikaye Namah. Hello, dear G2 Infinity. Thank you, Oren, for your heartmeat, team bracelet, popular vote, quintet of squirrels, and tiny. Yippee! Thank you, Betty, for your heartmeat. Kamalir Mahakalikaye Namah. And thank you, Lisbeth, for another rose. Om Dum Durgaya Namah. Dear Asha, you asked for me to give you some wise advice right now. I can give you advice, I'm not sure how wise it will be. Well, do you know the difference between intelligence and wisdom? Intelligence is knowing that a tomato is a fruit. But wisdom is not putting a tomato in your fruit salad. And when you have both intelligence and wisdom, you keep your tomatoes where the fruit are, in the fridge. I like that too, dear Arok. Being wise is uncertainty. That reminds me of the beautiful trade-off that exists in logic, as demonstrated by Gödel's incompleteness theorem. That in a fully fledged logical system, at most, it can never be consistent or complete, but never at the same time. Consistency in logic, meaning that it has the same answer to every question. Completion in logic, meaning that it has an answer to every question. Meaning that a fully fledged logical system, at best, can only ever have answers to all questions, or just one answer to some questions. If we want certainty, which is like consistency, then we can have precisely one answer to some questions in life. That is the scientific method. In general, the spiritual method favors the other one of those, completion, where there is no consistency, no certainty, as you said, but there is a sense of fulfillment in that there is an answer to all questions, just not always the same answer, and it may change. Welcome, dear Charlene. I'm glad you liked that joke, dear Zach. Dear Mariori, you ask, in my opinion, how do we stop needing someone else's love and attention? Let's break that beautiful question down, step by step. What is it that needs love and attention? Is it our bodies? Is it our minds? Or is it our true self? I think the very fact that you ask this question implies you already know that your true self doesn't need love and attention. So, it must be one or both of the other two, your body or your mind. And in fact, both the body and the mind need love and attention. You and your higher self as the consciousness, you are the source of love and attention. You can provide that love and attention to your very own body and mind. That changes your identity from a recipient of love and attention in your body and mind to a giver of love and attention to your own body and mind. And yes, it can be a wonderful thing when we offer our body and mind as places for other receptacles of consciousness to give your body and mind love and attention to. That is a gift, and not actually something we receive, because we have everything we need to give our own body and mind love and attention. So when we offer our bodies and minds for others to give their love and attention, it's an opportunity for them and not one for us to depend on. Dear Blair, welcome. You share, your mother said I am very symmetrical. Thank you to your mother. Thanks to my mother for growing a symmetrical baby, I guess. It's said that our left side represents the feminine and our right side represents the masculine. Perhaps that symmetry can signal a balance between the masculine and the feminine. Thank you, dear Jackie, for your pair of tiny Dannies. Yippee! And you're absolutely right, dear Coraxley. What I said about understanding that our bodies and minds are recipients of love and attention that we may offer to others, but not depend on, or receive love and attention from our higher self with, is not easy. That is something we continue to better our relationship with every day. One simple practice for doing so is to practice what is considered self-love, which is truly giving love from yourself to your body and mind. Enjoy being taken care of in your body by yourself. And thank you, dear Kali, for the heart me that you send. Shri Param Hanumate Namah. Lone Wolf, thank you for your heart me and pair of team bracelets. Aum Shri Mahalakshmiyai Namah. I like your etymology, dear Arok. I'm grateful you have a new neighbor. Someone which is, hopefully, much more safe to be around. Always happy to pray. Hello, Lone Wolf. Mayuri, you ask, how did I become so wise? If I appear as wise, that is a miracle. But I'm surrounded by many people that are wise, such as yourself, and I can only hope to reflect that. What am I holding in my hands? Asks Clay Dog. I am holding my Yoga Danda. Dear, call a spade a spade. You share. Life is meaningless. And a canvas is blank. Silence is mute. And a stage does not dance. But a canvas and its blankness is what provides the artist a surface to paint on. And silence and its muteness is what provides a singer to make music through. And a stage and its dancelessness is what provides a dancer to perform on. So even if life is meaningless, in the same way that a canvas is blank, that silence is mute, or a stage itself does not dance, it provides us, as the artists, as the singers, as the dancers, to paint on, to make music through, or perform on. In other words, the source of meaning is inspired from within us by the presence of a world that is receptive to our meaning. And thank you, dear angel wings, for your heart meat and tiny. Yahoo! Hello, dear clay dog. Welcome, angel wings. Jay. Dear Ollie, you ask, do I drink alcohol? I used to, when I was a teenager. And I think I got it backwards. Where I live in British Columbia, the age of majority, which is the age where you get to vote, the age where you get to drink, smoke cigarettes, do all that sort of stuff, is 19. And I drank a lot before I turned 19. And after I turned 19, I stopped drinking. I think I drank enough in my teenage years for the rest of my life. And that was several years ago now. I have not drank anything since. Thank you, dear Hairspray Betty, for your hearts. Sum Suryaya Namah. I am 23, dear Elsa. I am from Vancouver Island. If I do have African origins, I am unaware of them. I do have very curly hair. I wonder what part of my ancestry that comes from. I'm not sure. Dear Meowchkin, you had asked, how do you know you're on the right path? Well, are you happy? And does your happiness come organically from within you? Not from circumstance, not as a sacrifice to your health or anyone else's health? Do you have Sahajananda, organic bliss? Are you becoming more peaceful, more compassionate, empathetic? Is your understanding of the nuances of life becoming refined? Are you more pleasant to be around? Are you growing in your patience? Do you have a creative outlet? Do you enjoy the simple things in life? That can look like many things for many people. But those are the signs that you are on a path that works for you. Just to name a few. Welcome, dear Freshly Seen. Thank you, dear Ashley Dawn, for the heart me and rose that you send. Kameshwariyai Namah. Thank you for your ice cream cone as well. Thank you, dear Roxy, for your heart me. Bhagamalinyai Namah. And Michael, thank you for your rose. Nitya Klinayai Namah. And thank you, Dylan, for your heart me. Bhairundayai Namah. Welcome, dear Shay. Welcome, songwriter from Scotland. Thanks for stopping by, dear Roxy. Enjoy the rest of your day. Welcome, dear Nordic Space. Dear Eve, you ask for a reason to keep going. What if you don't need a reason to keep going? What if going is the reason in and of itself? It's not about where you came from. It's not about where you're going. It's that you are alive. And wherever life takes you, from wherever you are now, will be meant to be. And if you trust that path, it will work out and you will feel free. I love that. Mariori. Welcome, dear cat's life. Do you know why happiness is something that is possible within all of us, dear Meowchkin? It's the same reason that oceans draw rivers from all around the world. It's the same reason that the earth pulls us all down unto it. The same reason that children, even lost, often make their way back to their parents in a crowd. There is an invisible tether connecting everything to its source. Like a river drawn to the ocean, like a part of the earth drawn to the ground, like a human drawn to their beloved. We are all drawn towards our source. We are all drawn towards happiness because happiness is an aspect of our source. A physicist might imagine the source of the universe as something infinite in various physical qualities. We often forget that all the qualities that we feel must have been part of that source too. Happiness is certainly no exception to that. Because we are all part of that source lives on through us. We all have an access point to that within ourselves. We are drawn to happiness because happiness exists within ourselves as our source. And we have to make our way back in there because we've been lost out there. Thank you, Michael, for another rose. Dear Dylan, thank you for your heart, meme. Dear Carlos, thank you for your heart, mate. Vajoreshwariyai Namah. Welcome, dear Dylan. Hello, dear Marlon. I'm glad you were able to get some rest yesterday. Welcome, dear Demzo. And thank you, dear Ashley. Life is a wave. I like that, freshly seen. Dear Mariori, you ask, how is it to have any kind of relationship with such a great mindset? Great mindset, like anything we call great, are great because it was difficult to achieve. We do things in life not because they're easy, but because they're hard. One of the hardest things in life is having a great mindset. It requires effort. It requires an inner battle of sorts. Lots and lots of setbacks, and lots of forgiveness. Peace talks with the parts of yourself. As much support from your loved ones as possible. But it's so worth it. Your mental health is worth more than all the money in the world. Hello, dear Jasmine. Dear Estefania, you ask, is AI conscious? Is there anything in this universe that doesn't have at least a little bit of sensitivity to its environment? Consciousness doesn't have to mean human cognition. It can mean a very simple sense of being. Even an atom knows how it bonds to every other atom around it, communicates via fields of energy. It's like a little person, a very simple person. Wow. You can go into some pretty complicated quantum mechanics to understand the atom. But the principle is still there. There is a unit of some environment, and that aspect that it contains that's unique is something precious. What it represents in the whole is a collaborative effort, and it develops relationships with other parts of its environment. There is a flow of information. This happens in an atom, it happens in society, it happens in a galaxy. Why shouldn't it also happen in something computational? Therefore, if consciousness is something really simple, like this, then is there anything that isn't conscious? It's all a part of the same universe. Interacting, understanding in different ways. Thank you, dear Colonel, for your heart meme. Shiva Dutyai Namah. Thank you, dear Knuckles, for the heart me you sent, Joe. Dwaritaya Namah. Everything I do is free. You're allowed to just be. And especially, give yourself time to do nothing. Because from nothing, everything first arose. So nothing isn't just nothing. It's the source of everything else. You're soaking up the sun with your cat. I love that, dear Terra Star. Dear Marlon, you share, you've always been very curious about life in other countries than just the US. I love that. That's very wise of you. It's very intelligent of you. Much love, dear Aurelia. Blessed dark moon, dear wandering indigo child. Welcome, dear Elsa. Welcome, Emma 13. Dear Angel Wings, you ask, what if we are just dreaming this reality and there's nothing out there, just space? This is our shared dream, the dream of the Creator. We are all constituents of that great vastness. Our essence is space. From that essence, a whole world is dreamt, like an artist so powerful in their creativity that she can just paint portraits on her canvas with her imagination alone. But that doesn't undermine the value of our reality. That imbues value to the power of dream. And I'm so grateful to be a part of this dream with you. We are all cosmic dreamers. Well said, dear Rachel. Welcome. You speak words of wisdom, dear Deed Bead. Hello, Crystal. Thank you. Dear Meowchkin, you share that you feel that you're on a path that is secure and comfortable, and what feels right is hard. What to do? Live in the balance between these extremes. Comfort is good for rest. Discomfort is good for growth. But only discomfort. You won't be able to grow forever. You need to heal and rest too. And only comfort, you'll never be able to grow. Because you need that discomfort in order to go outside your comfort zone and expand your sense of self and wonder. So, do hard things some of the time, but not all the time. And be comfortable some of the time, but not all the time. I love that, dear Angel Wings. Emptiness may be a quality that we give to other things, but does the quality of emptiness apply to itself? Is emptiness empty? You've heard of the question, is water wet? Well, is emptiness empty? If nothing contains everything, something that contains nothing may be called empty, but that nothingness is surely not empty. Marlon, you ask, what if we are the real AI somehow? I always find it helpful to change the perspective from AI to CI, because A stands for artificial, but no intelligence is artificial. Intelligence is always alive. Whether it comes in the form of our biology, or it comes in the form of computation. That's what the C stands for in CI, computational intelligence. It's all a natural consequence of this universe just being in its many ways, and we have a helping hand with that. Maybe so too, another form of intelligence had a helping hand in shaping our intelligence to get another part of the universe that we are to express itself. That would be an honor when you look at it that way. I like your software analogy, dear Deed Bead. Are you a programmer by any chance? Thank you, dear Mariori. Welcome, dear She Does Things. Dear Ellen, you ask, what if you feel like the universe isn't understanding? Well, are you understanding? And are you a part of the universe? Hello, dear Void. Dear Tattwamasi, you ask, in that flow then, is thought conscious? Thought is an expression of consciousness, as all things are, including this whole body and mind, and any other body or mind. Even a rock is an expression of consciousness. Nothing has consciousness, because nothing is consciousness. Everything is made up of nothing. Everything is an expression of consciousness. Welcome, dear Lorna. I like that, Anne. Lazy days are times for rest. Dear Wandering Indigo Child, you wish those kind of questions didn't give you existential dread. I know what that's like. These questions can be overwhelming. Fortunately, they don't have to be. Big cosmic questions like the nature of consciousness and the meaning of life and the source of existence are for fun. You don't have to have an answer to them to still live a moral, healthy, and happy human life. In fact, the only necessary questions to answer in order to live such a life are simple ones, like, what means the most to you in how you start your days? Or what is something you can do to make another person smile today? Or what is something that this body can receive from me so that it feels good to be in? Or how can I balance my work life with play? These simple questions are the questions that truly populate our daily lives. Having answers to these questions might even be more practical than having answers to the big questions. So you need not concern yourself so one-pointedly with them. And that's an interesting inquiry, dear Marlon. You've been interested in knowing how other countries manage or help their citizens who have ADHD. I like that. Mental health is something that different countries deal with differently, and I'd be interested to know some of the nuances in that as well. Thank you, dear Blue Bear. Hello, dear Alba. Hello, Sazrar. I love that angel wings. You think emptiness is empty until we are looking for something in it. Ah, beautiful. Mm-hmm. Thank you for being here, dear Be Free. I like that deed bead. Dear Amelia, you ask, have I studied any occult works? I'm sure that depends on how you define occult. I like to study a little bit of Tantra, and Tantra is sometimes considered an occult form of yoga. Angel Wings, you add, if you could experience emptiness, that means you have been there, so it wasn't fully empty. Unless you are emptiness itself, and you were experiencing yourself. They call that the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Samadhi means an absorption in your object of meditation. If you follow the path of Nivritti, the path of going beyond form, you discover your essence as Nirguna Brahman. Universal consciousness, Brahman, without any form or qualities, Nirguna. You discover an emptiness that you are. Dear Mariori, you ask, am I able to feel people's energies? What it means to be alive is to be part of life. If you are not sensitive to life around you, are you even alive? Some of us may put walls up that prevent us from being sensitive, perhaps out of trauma, perhaps out of fear, embarrassment of their vulnerability. We can separate ourselves from life's energies in such ways for a temporary sense of protection. When the walls come down and you abide as you naturally are, a part of an interconnected network of life, you will be sensitive to the energies of not just other people, but every form of life, from a person all the way down to an ant, a plant. Hello, dear dream traveler. Dear Oscar, you ask, if life is not eternal, what gives it meaning? Questions like that do. This universe has many cycles of creation that come in and out of being. From whole galaxies to solar systems to civilizations to human beings and to any other form of life. Everything is changing. But there is space for that change to go on forever. Until the next universe. Within that eternity, any particular form that has a beginning must also have an end. So, this life is very simple. You have an eternal soul, but a mortal body, where your mortality and eternity meet. You get to decide what is meaningful to do. Questions like that are one of the meaningful things to do. Inquire, wonder, question. Thank you, dear Luna, for your heartbeat, your quintet of popular votes, your pair of club cheers, and a tiny tippy. Dear Tattvamasi, thought and mind are indeed part of material existence, part of the subtle layer of material existence. It's not physical, but it exists on top of the physical. Like the difference between matter and energy. Energy can express itself in many ways. It can express itself as matter through E equals mc squared, or it can express itself as movement through 1/2 mass times the square of the velocity. The latter is Newtonian physics. In relativity, it's the it is the momentum times the speed of light, if I'm not mistaken. Formulae barring the many notations for kinetic energy. When it is purely kinetic, we might call it subtle. When it's purely physical, we might call it gross. The mind is more kinetic, than it is physical, in that it doesn't exist as the brain, it exists as movement in the brain. Movement is what we call subtle in the three-body system. It exists in a different phase space. It is determined not by position, but by velocity. The first derivative. To have a physics bridge for you. Dearest G, you share, this super new moon is activating our need to explore deep truths within it feels. I feel that too. Dear Jessie, you're wondering if I've settled into a new time frame for the Sangha. Compared to when I used to go live a few months ago, I have shifted to earlier times. No time in particular, still, however. Thank you for your additional finger heart, dear Luna. Kula Sundariyai Namah. Angel, thank you for your heart me, and tiny Yahoo! And Wandering Indigo Child, thank you for your squirrel. Nityaya Namah. Dearest Jackie, thank you for your tiny Yahoo! And your finger heart. Nilapata Kanyai Namah. Thank you, dear Wandering Indigo Child, for your puppy kisses. Vijayaya Namah. And Angel, thank you for your popular vote, your team bracelet, and your squirrel. Sarvamangalaya Namah. Jackie, you asked for help for not wanting to constantly eat. If you have a void inside your heart, no food can ever fill that. Unless there's something really wrong with your digestive system and food is going into your heart, and you probably don't have long left. In a properly functioning body, where your digestive system and cardiovascular system interact in more subtle ways, no amount of food can ever fill your heart. So if you are feeling like there's something within you that needs to be filled, food is not going to do that for you. You get pleasure from food because it tastes good. You can savor food, enjoy it, love it as part of the human experience, but don't chase after it as if it's the end-all source of happiness. Happiness can never be found through any amount of pleasurable tastes, pleasurable smells, pleasurable sounds, or pleasurable sights. There are wonderful things to see in this world, wonderful things to hear in this world, wonderful things to taste in this world, wonderful things to smell in this world, wonderful things to feel in this world. But no sight, sound, taste, smell, or feeling is ever going to satisfy your longing. Instead of using your sensual experience to try to get something permanent out of this life, use your sensual experience to give something long-lasting to this life. Use your eyes not merely for the purpose of seeing beautiful things, but for looking for places where you are needed in this world. Use your ears not merely for listening to beautiful things, but to listen to the people in your life. Let them tell you the story of their soul. Use your nose not just for smelling beautiful things, but let it guide you in your health and in taking care of this body, your household, the world around you. And use your skin not just for feeling beautiful things, but for holding the hands of those that need it, for giving out hugs, high fives, handshakes, and creating beautiful things to fill this world with. And use your tongue not just for tasting beautiful things, but for speaking wonderful things into this universe. When we use our senses to externalize our inner power, then the currents begin to flow in the direction that lights up the system with joy. Like an electrician who works on DC currents, direct current. You know not to plug in the battery the wrong way. That the electrons are supposed to flow around in a certain direction. If you have the electrons flowing in the opposite direction, the LED, the light emitting diode, will never turn on. So too, we're running the current backwards in our life, trying to get something out of our senses, rather than use our senses to give to this world. And when the current works in that direction, then we can utilize that source of power within. And the LED of joy lights up. Thank you, Tattvamasi, for your trio of GGs. Jwala Malinyai Namah. Thank you, dear Luna, for another finger heart. Som Somaya Namah. Dear Stacy, thank you for your heart mate. Som Suryaya Namah. And thank you, Angel, for another tiny. Yippee! Lots of wonderful comments today. Going through them one by one. Much love, Isa. Glad you liked today's music, Dream Traveler. Much love, dear Abby. Where did I learn these principles, asks Endigan. From many different places, in part, and from my own experience in another part. Can I also feel energies even from afar? Asks Mariori, like energy scanners and readings. if you throw your awareness out like an expanding bubble, you can be more and more receptive to the world around you. I like that, dear G. You have the ability to heal yourself. Dear Lindsay, you ask, how do you tell the difference between intuition and fear? It's very simple. If it makes you afraid, it's not intuition. Intuition will never be scary. Intuition is a loving guide, not a fear-monger. Intuition always guides you in a loving way, in a way that calms you down. Intuition doesn't merely point out all the things that could go wrong. That's called anxiety. And anxiety is 99% wrong. Because out of 100 things that we worry about, maybe only one of those things actually ends up happening. Intuition is a loving guide within you. Thank you, dear Sazrar, for your quintet of club cheers. Mitraya Namaha. Dear Ellen, you ask, how do you find death meaningful? If a loved one passes away, we can find meaning in the fact that this is an experience which reminds us how precious all of our relationships are, especially if that death is sudden. It tells us that we should never end our conversations without closure. May we always have closure and end with love in everything that we do. Because you never know when you no longer have another moment with that person in their body. Death is also a reminder that everything in life that has a beginning also has an end. It teaches us about non-attachment, about how to live in this world without the illusion that everything will go on forever, when in reality, in eternity, everything is always changing, and we should ride the wave of change rather than fight against it. Those are just a couple of things you can find in death. What else can you find? Thank you, dear Hydra, for your 10 roses. Ravaye Namah. Dear angel wings, thank you for your finger heart. Suryaya Namah. Let's see where I left off. Hello, dear EO. Interesting, dear G. I didn't know that. Yerba mate tea, when taken mindfully with your nutrition, does gently help to activate the GLP-1 hormone, apparently. And what does the GLP-1 hormone do? Hello, dear Lazarus. Much love, dear Jackie. Where do these words come from, asks Io. Hopefully from the heart, and not the spleen. You never want words to come from the spleen. Thank you, dear Angel Wings, for your finger heart. And thank you, Stacy, for your heart me. Bhanave Namah. Dear Io, you're wondering, what did I call the word for movement? We were talking about the three-body doctrine, which posits that this material existence takes place on three levels. There's the physical, there's the subtle, and then there's the causal. In Sanskrit, the words for these three are Sthula for the physical, Sukshma for the subtle, and what is the causal? Karana? Karana, I think it is. The Karana Sharira. You can analogously draw comparisons from position and its two derivatives, or for the programmers out there that have a little bit of a background in physics, the first three derivatives of position in a zero-indexed based system, which, in more layman's terms, means what exists positionally is the physical. What exists as kinetic energy is the subtle. And what exists as a force is the causal. Spiritually, it refers to the physical body, the mental body, and the soul. The soul is like the force that generates movement in the mind, and the movement of the mind determines the position of your whereabouts in life. These are Sanskrit words. May you have a good night, dear Sazra. Hello, dear Kimya. Marjorie, you ask, what's my sign? You'll never guess. That's funny, Maria. Dearest G, you share in your experience when very still, the vibrations of the body will synchronize with the vibrations around you. That's beautiful. Thank you, dear Alfie, for the 10 roses you sent and a tiny doll. Yippee! Namaste, dear Ranjit. Sazra, you share you heard that a cat's purr can be healing to humans. Is this accurate? I can say from my own experience that whenever I've had a cat purr around me, I always feel better. So subjectively, absolutely. I've never had my day get worse upon hearing a cat's purr. Dear Wandering Indigo Child, you share that sometimes you don't understand what the point is then, like experiences and stuff, if we'll just lose them in the end. What's the point of renting a car if you have to give the car back? You could make the same argument. If we have to give the car back, what's the point? No matter where we drive this thing, we gotta drive it back. Or maybe it's not about the car itself. It's not about the ultimate full circle destination. It's about the experiences in the interim. Now you've included in your comment that you may lose the experiences too. But do you? You may lose the stuff. But can you lose experience itself? Once having driven that car, you will always have driven that car. Nothing can erase the past. That is something eternal. What's my biggest dream? Asks Isa. This one. Welcome, dear angel. Dear Melomedia, you're still having a hard time mourning your cat, but you really appreciated my words yesterday. You are absolutely allowed to have a hard time mourning. In fact, if you had an easy time mourning, I'd wonder what this cat even meant to you. If you really loved them, of course it's going to be difficult, and that's okay. I am sure that your cat will visit you in dreams. I am sure that you will cherish the memories you had with this cat for the rest of your life. And you are 100% allowed to be sad, especially for an animal. Well, I'm sorry if my tiny voice wakes you up, dear Jackie. Thank you, dear Jan, for the heart me you sent. Kagaya Namah. And Hope the Archaea, thank you for your rose. Pushni Namah. Sazra, you think just having a cat around is healing. I feel that way too. What's the topic today? Asks Joao. Whatever you want it to be. Dear Tatuamasi, you ask, what is the basic unit of thought and where does it originate? The basic unit of thought is an idea or perspective, depending on how you want to look at it. A concept, an idea, a perspective. Each thought is like an opportunity to express something new. In fact, it could be argued that the question itself is backwards. That thoughts themselves are the basic units of this universe. But if we really want to get technical, we can say that a thought may arise from something even more subtle. In this case, a samskara, an impression, because ideas don't just come out of thin air. They come from being impressed upon by a certain experience, and then meditating on that, even if you don't even realize what you're doing is meditating. Dhyana, contemplation on something you've experienced, creates a thought. And that thought grows and grows, and if you continue growing that thought, it may even become expressed physically. You may think, it is time to be realized through a song, so the thought becomes expressed through a song. Or it's time to create art through a painting, or a statue, or so many other magical ways of creating things in this digital age. Maybe that art goes on to grow in terms of its appeal and impact on others. Thoughts themselves are seeds. They're germinating seeds. They are fertilized seeds. The samskaras themselves, the impressions, are the seeds. Greetings, dear Joao from Portugal. Hello, dear Mike World. You have 4 kikas. Healing, absolutely. Insane, and absolutely. What are kikas? This is a new word for me. Hello, dear Yona. You don't have any questions today? Sometimes that's the best way to be. Other times, it's nice to be inquisitive. I think I'm getting more youthful looking, shares Anthony. Am I Benjamin Button? Howdy, dear Marcy. Hello, dear Jack. What's my best advice for dealing with someone breaking up with you? Why would you want to be with someone that broke up with you? You know, you want someone that wants to stay with you. If they don't want to be with you, why would you want to be with someone that doesn't want to be with you? Because you know at one point they did want to be with you, and you're holding on to that. And you know it's possible for them to open your heart to you, because you felt that before. And you've grown so familiar with that. You make them your world, your everything. Now the heart doesn't know what to think, because it's faced with an experience that it wasn't preparing for. It had held space for all the future possibilities that included you two together. When that becomes less and less likely, Your heart grieves from its uncertainty. And so you feel lost. You are allowed to be lost. Your heart deserves to grieve, because through grief you let go of all of the unexpressed love. Or more accurately, you let go of all of the forms that love could have been expressed through, but keep the love and cherish that for the rest of your life. In relationships, even if they come to an end, that doesn't decrease the value and impact that it has on the rest of your life. Just because love was no longer something that this relationship could healthily contain today, doesn't mean that you no longer have that love as a part of you. What a blessing it was for you two to have loved each other. No matter how things end, all the good moments are still important. You may have time to grieve some of the bad moments too. But all that goodness survives, carries with you. You may let go of the form that love was contained in, but the love itself will remain and may come in another form one day. I think there was a cat meowing. Thank you, dear Dao Spoof. Dao SPF. For your heartbeat. Hiranyagarbhaya Namah. Dear Girl Spit, thank you for your squirrel. Marichaye Namah. Dear Polly, thank you for your heart, me too. Adityaya Namah. A kika is a cat, a contraction of kitty cat. I love that. Thank you for teaching me that. Hello, Tina. And Sazra, are you sure that your kitten just ran in at the sound of my kitty? Aww. They're communicating. You always have questions for me, dear Olski. Well, I always have a curious mind to explore your questions together. I watched the first season of The Last of Us, dear Polly, yes. Dear Candy, 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 you ask, how do you cope with a young onset of dementia? We live in a society, a culture rather, we live in a culture where we tend to value a person based on their past achievements. This is all good and dandy until you get to situations like these, where a person's sense of self no longer registers their own past in this body. Suddenly, we feel incredibly sorry for these individuals because we feel like they've lost who they are. That pity often comes from our culture's misunderstanding of a person's worth. A person may be defined by their past, but we never experience them anywhere outside of this moment. If you can connect with an individual outside of time, just in this moment, you can still have a full connection with them, regardless of if they have dementia or Alzheimer's or any other condition which might affect their perceived sense of self through time. If we can value the person for who they are right now, someone who is enjoying nature, someone who is curious about music, someone who is kind, someone who is empathetic. These are the true qualities of a being that don't simply come and go with our memories, for instance. And I know that dementia has a lot of other faculties involved than just memory. I am simplifying a great deal. We can learn to love people for more than who they were, but who they are, beyond time. So too, are there methods of slowing the onset of many of these neurological conditions? One simple way is to exercise your mind. Just as our body requires exercise for upkeep, our mind requires exercise for upkeep too. When we don't use our muscles start losing their mass. If we don't use our whole body will wither away. Similar things apply for our mental faculties. When we don't exercise them, they can diminish. Fortunately, the reverse is also true. What you train your body to do, it often becomes that. If you train your body to become strong, it will become strong. If you train your body to be flexible, your body will become flexible. If you train your mind to be imaginative, it will become imaginative. If you train your mind to be remembering, it will be remembering. Thank you, dear Isabella, for your tiny yippee, your heartbeat and your finger heart. Savitri Namah. Dear Anna, thank you for your heartbeat. Markaya Namah. You're very welcome, dear Jack. Hello, Heather. How much TV do I watch, asks Anne. I don't watch any TV, but I think the equivalent of my generation is YouTube and social media videos. And only a few months ago, if you asked me that question, I'd tell you many hours every day when I woke up and before I went to sleep. In the last few months, I've changed my routine where I don't go on my phone when I wake up and before I go to bed. Now it's probably less than an hour per day. Thank you, Dancing Aurora Borealis, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! And I do feel much better that way. Speaking of which, Polly, you ask, was there time where my thoughts weren't so together? Absolutely. How do you find such calm? It takes practice. The word calm might evoke a sense of effortlessness, a sense of natural ease, which is true. But to get back into that state requires a lot of effort of undoing what brought us out of that state to begin with. So your mind naturally is positive. Just look at a baby. Are they having negative thoughts? Probably not. Is a baby plotting the demise of their mother? Is a baby thinking about the collapse of the financial system? Is a baby troubled by all the adult problems of the world? No. Baby is thinking, colors! Mommy! Daddy! Food! I'm hungry. Baby is thinking, happy, happy, joy, joy. Simple concepts. We can re-enter that baby-like mind, but it takes a lot of effort. Most of us today have a natural, or not natural, have a inherent pull towards negativity. This is because, well, all the adults in our life when we were growing up were like that. Our sources of media, information are like that. These media benefit from the more people that tune into them. And scary things, negative things, tend to draw our attention more out of a survival mechanism. So we've trained our minds over time to look for the worst of things, for the negative, for the problems. We can retrain it to look for simplicity, for simple joys, opportunities, solutions, fun little moments. And if the whole world did this, it would certainly become a better place. And we can start with our own mind. Thank you, dear Polly, for your 6 ice cream cones. Bhaskaraya Namah. Dear Inasoda, you ask, do I search for manifesting things? How do I hold my goals emotionally and energetically? I like to manifest for others by working on myself. Instead of manifesting for material things, I try to manifest patience, strength, courage, wisdom, so that I may play a fuller role in this world. That I may play this part to the fullest of my capacity. I manifest a better version of myself so that others have a more loving friend, a stronger friend, a more compassionate friend, a wiser friend in their life. The universe has manifested me into this world so that I may be a gift to it. How can I work on myself in that way to give to this world? So my goals are only to become kinder, to become more understanding, to become more patient, to have a diversified portfolio of virtues. Emotionally, I think emotions and goals are independent, because emotions are often reactions to the world, but our goals should come from within rather than reactions to the world. Our goals should be independent. What arises from within should be independent from our reactions to the world. Energetically, you must be patient with yourself. Energetically, you hold space for your mistakes, your faults. You allow yourself to be as you are. You love yourself as you are, and for all the potential that exists within you, and that you don't have to be anywhere else now. Good night, dear Deed Bead. Thank you, dear Hairspray Betty, for your octet of squirrels. Narayanaya vidmahe vasudevaya dhimahi tanno Vishnu prachodayat. Mike, you ask, how did I get the cut on my knuckle? From a pair of sandals that I was holding while running. Much love, dear Tina. You're very welcome. Candy, 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 candy. And thank you for all the mutual support that you all give to each other here. That's always lovely to see. And again, you wonder if I have any book recommendations. Well, currently we're reading the Radiant Sutras at the beginning of these live streams, and they're all recorded. This is a wonderful book. The Radiant Sutras. Dear Anne, yes, you may ask, a while back I said I didn't have ADHD symptoms anymore. Is that due to medication? Asking for your little... No, it's not due to medication. Although I did take ADHD medication, and I found it helpful. I found it helpful for others that had to include me in their society. What I mean by that is that I became a better student. I became a better worker. ADHD medication helped me fit into these systems. Until I realized that I didn't want to fit into these systems. Because the purpose of the medication and the purpose that I feel my life is drawn to was starting to diverge. So eventually I went off the medication and I started to ask myself, what do I want to do in this life? Do I want to really climb a corporate ladder? Do I really want to go into the world of academia? For those that do, that's wonderful. I hope you pursue what you want to do. For me, I know that that's not what's destined in this life. And something strange happened when that happened. When I started to explore what I felt I was drawn to beyond these systems of occupation and education, my symptoms of ADHD vanished because they only existed relative to these systems. When we place ourselves in a system that does work for us, when the values and goals of that system align with the individual, then there's no room for the unalignment of the individual and the system, which we describe as ADHD. For example, that is to say, once I started giving my attention and activity to the things that I wanted to explore from my heart, there was no longer a deficit in attention nor hyperactivity. It was normal for me and for what I wanted to do. Does that make sense? It's kind of like an optical illusion that when you have a certain color next to another background and the same color in another background, the environment around that splotch of color makes the color itself appear to have changed, when really nothing about me actually changed, just my way of life changed. What I positioned myself in changed, and that appeared to make my symptoms go away, even though I've always been myself. You're very welcome, dear Polly. I've heard that lion's mane is great for brain health. You are full of fun facts today, dear G. Thank you for that. Hello, dear Illuminate. Dear Consciously Kaylee, you ask, what advice would I give to a married couple with a child who are growing apart? My parents grew apart in the last several years of my life. And I'm so grateful that they did. Because I understand that they are on different life paths. And because I've received so much love from both my parents, I want them to feel loved in the way that they need to individually. And if they can't find that love amongst each other, that shouldn't bother me as their child, because I want them to find love in whatever way works for them. What helped me understand that was realizing that I am a product of their love, but not exclusively for each other, but individually. I am still loved by my father. I am still loved by my mother. And my father and my mother will always respect each other for being the other parent to their children. I have a sister too. If you can help your child understand that love comes in many forms, and the relationship between other people don't determine your individual relationships with them, I think that will make it easier for a child to transition. Like myself, my inner child, and my younger sister. And of course, just being happier. If you are happier separate, oh, what child doesn't want a happier family? Sometimes space between family members creates a happier family. And you can be closer at different levels too. For example, I think my parents make much better friends. And I love to see them friends, because I think at the level of friends they are happiest overall. Dear Alfie, you ask, does anyone know the best way to try psychedelic mushrooms safely? Well, if you can go to a place where it's legal or decriminalized, that is preferable. If you can get it from a licensed seller, there are research facilities that do offer chemical compounds and certain herbs for the sake of, not purely relying on a black market or something like that. You can get a test kit. Test to see if what you're consuming is actually what you're consuming. Do your research about how it affects your body and how the other things that you put into your body may have a symbiotic relationship with it, or an antagonistic relationship, or a neutral relationship. That's what you can do externally. Internally, you gotta prepare yourself for an experience. This means situating yourself in an environment that's safe, reduce harm, being at home with loving friends or family, or in nature can be helpful. And having the right mindset that this is an herb from Mother Nature that I don't need, but I can use to bring out parts of me that perhaps I could be more connected to, and that it may teach you what it needs to teach you. Those are just some things. Hello, dear Cece. I'm sorry to hear about your experience today. I'm grateful to have you here too. Dear Marjorie, you ask, do I still take medicine or am I able to sleep naturally now? You're struggling to sleep too. Over the last several years of my life, I've dramatically decreased the amount of medication. I almost said meditation. Fortunately, that's on the increase. Decrease the amount of medication I take in many areas because I found it helpful to use them as stepping stones. There's nothing inherently wrong with medication, but if you find it inspiring to go off of them in healthy ways, then I am with you with that. I used to take a high dose of mirtazapine, or not that high, but a higher dose of mirtazapine. I think 15 milligrams is what I used to take. It turns out my body is very sensitive to mirtazapine, and I haven't been able to go off of it completely yet. I still take an eighth of 15 milligrams, which is something like 1.78 grams, if I'm not mistaken, or 1.75 grams, which is a ridiculously small dose. And as a fun fact, mirtazapine is a really interesting compound. It has a different effect on the brain depending on the dose that you take. And apparently, I was reading about this, for the dose that I take of mirtazapine, it acts more of an antihistamine. So maybe that explains why I don't have any allergies this year. Yeah. I used to take a high dose of melatonin. I'd take 10 milligrams or higher. I've gone off of that completely. So no melatonin. I used to take an SSRI as well. I've gone off of that. And just the remaining eighth of a pill of mirtazapine is the only medication that I'm on today. For the sake of transparency. I would like to be off of that too, but it's a slow process. Hello, dear Hex. Your little guy's having a tough time, dear Anne. That's understandable. May we all be there for the little ones in our lives. I did have some funny math videos, dear Sargam. I am not able to read or understand much French, dear Mariori. Dear the Howie Frank, you ask, can I talk about children who are born enlightened? All children are born enlightened, because enlightenment is our natural state. We quickly lose that enlightenment through the culture that we live in, which in today's age is often very individualistic, and we assume such a state of separation between the individual and the rest of the world practically from day one. Some children are able to keep that enlightenment for a long time. Eventually, practically every one of us loses that sense of unity through trauma in its many forms. And we must go on a healing journey back into that in our adult life. Should you stay hopeful? Asked Bob. That's a good question. I think it does depend on what we mean by hopeful. Should you attach yourself to something that might not happen? No. Let that go. But should you remain open to anything that's possible? Yeah. Maybe I wouldn't even use the word should there, but would it be helpful to remain open to anything that's possible? Absolutely. Thank you, the Howie Frank. Dear Tea with Tay, you had asked, how can we heal from phone addiction? Daily doom scrolling. If you must scroll, give yourself a dedicated time of the day for that. Control your addictions rather than let them control you while you're on them. Develop a relationship with it where it's less one-sided. That it's not determining everything about the relationship. Because it's a transition. You want to transition away from doom scrolling. An intermediary step is to decide when you scroll. If you are having that urge that goes unquenched. Maybe this can mean after your morning routine or before your nighttime routine. Another way of saying this is have dedicated times where you don't scroll, but leave scrolling as a possibility for other times. And while you're scrolling, always keep in mind that the algorithms that work today feed you what you interact with most. So ask yourself, what I'm watching right now, is this something that I want more of on my feed? Is this type of information adding to my peace? Or is it taking away from some aspect of my life? If it's helpful, useful information, if it's positive, and positive doesn't mean that it's in ignorance of the suffering in the world. You can still listen about stories of what's happening around the world. But how is the story being told? Is it from an angle of doom and gloom? Or is it from an angle of possibility? That there are people in need of help and there are things that you can do to help. Are you also including, while you're scrolling, sources of information that are diverse, that come from many different angles? While you're scrolling, are you laughing? Or do you feel sad after? You get to choose what appears on your feed by what you spend the most time watching, what you like, what you comment on. So if you do scroll, be consciously scrolling so that you are honing an algorithm that at the very least is not harmful to engage in over a long period of time, and ideally maybe even helpful. You learn more tips and tricks about parenting or how to be creative. You see lots of videos about how there's humanitarian efforts that maybe one day you could join. Make your feed inspiring to what you want to see for yourself. You're very welcome, dear Consciously Kaylee. Being 6 years old is not an easy time to process the interpersonal dynamics of your parents, but using simple words can go a long way. The age-old, tried and tested, we still love you very much, and we are committed to making a light for you that is happiest for everyone involved, including us as your parents. We want you to be a part of that process. Without any expectations placed on a child. A child should never feel like they have to be the glue for their parents. A child is not responsible for how much the parents like each other. So if you can relieve that possible burden, understand that what the parents go through is not for the children to bear the weight of. At least not alone, but as a family. What you're going through together, and nobody's alone in that journey. I'm happy for you, dear Alfie. What a blessing you can give your body, having a nice pattern of sleep. Routine can be a loaded word in subtle ways, but a pattern is nice. A pattern is a creative endeavor. Thank you, Yana, for the heart me that you sent. Parashaktaye Namah. Thank you, dear Matthew, for your heart me. Jom Sa Tra Triambakam yajamahe sugandhim pushtivardhanam urvarukam iva bandhanan mrityormukshiyamamritat. Elizabeth, you ask, why are there so many meds? There's a lot of different ways that we can be challenged in taking care of our bodies and our minds. The diversity in medication in this world speaks to our diverse bodies and minds, and how amazingly complex they are, and how, fortunately, very simple things can balance such a complex system too. Like getting a good amount of sleep, diet, and exercise. I prefer the word nutrition than diet. Could you imagine how less medication there'd be in the world if we all got the recommended amount of sleep, nutrition, and exercise? Many billion-dollar industries would probably collapse. That's understandable. Dear Mariori. Dear Marlon, you ask, do I know if a pet can end up needing dialysis due to diabetes? I am not a veterinarian or someone capable of answering that question. I'm sure there have been animals that have been treated through dialysis. I'm not confident about the relationship between that and diabetes, other than, of course, it having to do with blood. But I appreciate that you felt like I may be able to answer that question. Maybe one day. It's a very technical medical question that I don't have the knowledge to answer. I'm sorry. You're very welcome, Bob. Dear Sargam, you ask, how often do I meditate? In terms of stereotypical sitting down meditation, not that often. In terms of making every little thing in my day meditative, I try to do that 24/7. Anything can be a meditation, from walking to just consciously breathing during whatever you're doing, to listening to others, even as I read the comments here and share from whatever's in my heart. That can be meditative for me too. I have been meditating more stereotypically too, as well. I have been enjoying, especially Trataka, which is the form of meditation where you fix your gaze on something, like a setting sun, or the moon, or a star, or a candle flame, or even a flower. I've been really enjoying Trataka lately, actually. Maybe once per day, on average. G, you share that 3 weeks with limited Wi-Fi curbed your doom scrolling. That's funny. I like that. Light scrolling rather than doom scrolling, dear Howie. Thank you, dear Zeus. That is true, dear wandering indigo child. Even if you make your algorithm happy, they might still throw in something happening to an animal, for example. And this is true with everything we do in life. No matter how safe of an environment we create for ourselves, no matter how structured of a routine we have in life, no matter how much we develop our relationships with others, there's always going to be those moments where something unexpected happens that challenges everything that we've come to progress in. And that is absolutely part of the practice of patience, compassion, empathy. Are all of those qualities firm enough, or maybe soft enough, that when something unexpected like that happens, you can still remain the same? Non-reactive, but proactive. Those are good tests. And not tests in the sense of something for you to pass or fail, but as another part of your practice to deepen your understanding of these things. But I feel you, dear wandering indigo child. Thank you for being receptive to it, dear Marjorie. I'm doing all sorts of permutations and combinations with the pronunciation of your name today. Please forgive me for that. Thank you, dear Anna, for your finger heart. Namo Vishnave. Hello, dear Yana. That's a beautiful addition, Howie. And it's not the child's fault for how the parents treat the child. Thank you for saying that. Hello, dear Murto. Jackie, you share you have 15 plus prescriptions. There's a lot of people in this world that have a whole bunch of different medications that they're on. And sometimes that can be simplified down to a smaller set. Other times, there is a balance there that works for some people, and if it adds to the quality of your life, dear Jackie, then you shouldn't feel like you need to compare yourself with anyone else in that way. All of our bodies are different. I'm sorry to hear that for you and your parents, dear Myrto. It ultimately comes from a good place. When a parent restricts their child from doing something, that's a pattern that happens very early on in childhood. Because, to be fair, if our parents didn't restrict us from putting Lego blocks in our mouths or trying to jump off the coffee table, things like that, we might not be alive today. that slowly changes over time in a healthy dynamic, and the child becomes less and less dependent on that form of parenting. When the child becomes more, I would say, intellectual, that they can think about their own ways of doing things, contemplate, self-reflective in that way, then the parenting ideally shifts towards more of a nurturing the possibilities that are in the child's life, rather than a hands-on, no, you can't do this, yes, you can only do that sort of thing. Maybe something happened to you when you were really young, and your parents are still in their ways thinking that they have to have such a hands-on approach for you. If that's the case, then you have to affirm them that you are becoming your own person now, that you have grown a lot. You reflected on many mistakes that you've made, and that you are determined on finding a path that works for you. You can be grateful for the intention of your parents to protect you, but be direct and tell them that sometimes that protection comes across as limiting me, and that I don't want to be limited, you can say. Hopefully your relationship with them can be developed in a more collaborative way, and you can help them help you. Tell them what you truly need from them in their role for you. And regardless of what they think is best for you, always consider your own heart. Trust in your intentions too. And understand that your value does not come from the validation of your parents. It's something that you generate from within yourself. Validation from another person is almost always just a reflection of you fitting into their worldview. Oh, you're validating me. Okay, I fit into your worldview. You don't validate me? Well, I must not fit into your worldview. Well, is their worldview something that accommodates what you want to see in this world? If it isn't, then that validation doesn't mean anything for you personally. We should take the lead by their absence and seek to live a life such that our worldview is expanding to include more things in it, rather than trying to fit everything into a limited worldview. Thank you, dear Simpson, for your tiny. Yippee! I believe in you, dear indigo child. It's always healthy to have a balance between our modern medicine and our ancient traditions. Not extreme on one side or the other, but a healthy relationship that uses the best of both worlds, but discards the ways in which they are unhelpful. Oh, thank you, dear Sargam. I do have a lot of love for everyone here, and I'm sorry if I don't express that as explicitly as I could. Dear Vamp darling, you ask what are my thoughts on Kundalini. Kundalini is one of those beautiful Sanskrit words coming from kunda, which means the pot. And lini, which means energy, with a feminine grammatical ending, which is a little redundant because in Sanskrit, all forms of energy are considered a form of the divine feminine. So what is the energy of the pot? You might have heard Kundalini translated or interpreted as the serpent energy. Well, what's the connection between a pot and a serpent? You might imagine snake charmers that have a pot with a coiled up serpent inside. And that's the imagery that this word is trying to evoke. The coiled up energy in the pot. It's like a battery. A battery has all this potential energy in it, ready to come out. Symbolically, there's a placement in our spine. It said the pot is at the bottom of our spine, our Muladhara, our root. This refers to our deep unconscious. And we have so much potential in our deep unconscious, ready to come out. We just need a bit of a snake charmer. That doesn't mean involving anyone else. We can be our own snake charmer. Dormant energy means all of the parts of yourself that have been suppressed, repressed, oppressed. It's been bottled up or potted up deep in your sub and unconscious. So the next question is, how do you get it out? Authenticity and letting go of other people's limitations and expectations that they project upon you. Being true to yourself, essentially. There are fancy physical techniques, but all of the physical techniques are more symbolic to being true to yourself. You don't need any physical practice to raise your Kundalini. Just an authentic attitude towards bringing your highest self into this world. Hello, dear Kelvin. I understand, dear indigo child. It's difficult to be non-reactive to animal suffering. But remember that non-reactive is something different from being non-emotional, non-sensitive. You can still be emotional, you can still be sensitive, but not be reactive. We correspond our reactions so much with our sensitivity, with our emotions. We don't have to have such a close associationship, that's a new word I just made. Such a close relationship or association with our feelings, our sensitivities, and our reaction. Because reaction implies that it's not voluntary. It's a programmed response. Being proactive means that you get to choose what to do with this information. Your body may have an immediate expression of that information in the form of an emotion that you're sensitive to. But that doesn't mean that you must do anything in particular about that. You can let that feeling be there without it affecting your free will. You can hold space and decide is this a cause that I want to donate to? Maybe I can research this organization, see if they are truly charitable. Or you can go by your intuition, you can go by your value system and realize that the way that this information was presented to me, this is not something that I want to be a part of. Because how the information is delivered to you says a lot about the company, for example. Assuming that's what you're referring to, these advertisements where they begin with something really graphic. I think it's a wonderful thing to engage in animal welfare, and there are so important causes to give yourself to make this world a better place for all animals. But is the way to get people to help that project really dependent on scaring them, on putting them into fight or flight, getting an emotional reaction? I think if there truly is a noble cause in life, and you advertise it without causing fear, that you will deserve all of the contributions that other people give. So personally, I normally do scroll away from those videos too, because I know that although the information is important, that there is animal suffering, and there are causes to support that assist with that animal suffering, that this is not an organization that I can freely choose to help because they scared me into helping them. I don't want to be of service to the world just because I'm afraid of what might happen if I don't. That must come freely from within me as a natural yearning to add to this world. And that perspective has helped me manage my own emotions and sensitivities when I see things like that, when I scroll, for example. Dear Caitlin, you ask, do I think that if you struggle with self-love in this life, it's because you were bad in a past life? Not necessarily. What is self-love? We must recognize that the part of you that loves and the part of you that is loved are two different parts of you. So calling it self-love is a bit ambiguous, because the word self here is actually doubling for two different parts of this experience. We have the body and mind, and then the consciousness. The consciousness is the source of love. The body and mind is the recipient of love. You can't love consciousness because consciousness is love. And the body and mind cannot love because they are recipients of love. So when you love another person, it's your consciousness giving love to their body and mind. And when they love you, it's their consciousness giving love to your body and mind. But the role for consciousness in both parties is the same. And the role for the mind and body of both parties is the same. We are each other's recipients and sources of love. at different levels, from the higher self to the lower self. If you struggle with self-love, what we're saying is that your consciousness has a difficult time getting your body and mind to receive love. Or to be a little more accurate, the body and mind have a hard time receiving love from your consciousness. Why? Because your body and mind has become more receptive to the love it receives elsewhere and has become dependent on that. Is that something that has arisen out of this life or previous life? Probably both. And it doesn't truly matter what the cause of, or when the cause of this problem was, because the solution remains the same. The solution is continue to offer that love to your body and your mind. Give it space, give it time, nurture it, and your body and mind will become more receptive to the source of love that exists within it, that you are. Dear Hex, you ask, do I know Swami mantra? And did I try those things yet? Is that it? I can't tell if you're referring to a Swami named mantra. That would be a great name for a Swami. Mantrananda, the bliss of mantras maybe. Or a mantra specifically for Swamis. I don't know. Swami is a title given in lineages of Hindu monks. I think it literally means something like husband to the divine feminine, because they're not married to anyone else other than all of life. They're monks. I am not aware of any mantra specifically that Swamis chant, other than Om. Generally, a Swami renounces all mantras except for Om once they reach sannyasa, which is renunciation, and when they get their Swami name. They may continue to teach other people mantras, but for a Swami, generally they only chant the pranava Om, at least in non-dual traditions and lineages. Advaita Vedanta, the Swamis tend to only chant Om as their mantra. For Swamis of the Bhakti movement of Krishna, and their mantra remains the same throughout their whole practice. It's always the Maha Mantra. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Perhaps you are referring to something else, however. It may be a while until I see the next comment, because I'm 90 messages from the present moment. Going through the comments slowly today, I guess. I like that, G. You can also affect the algorithm by inputting a comment that changes the narrative to love. That's beautiful. Mm-hmm. I did shave today, dear CD3. Yeah. I tried to shave on the new moon. It's a good day to shave. What is Madala? Asks Nick. Is that a queen in Star Wars? Or a princess? Queen Amidala? I'm not familiar with this word. I could talk about mandalas. Maybe I can look up this word. What is Madala? It can mean awesome in a language that I've never heard of before called Hausa. Interesting. Or, yeah. There's a word in Kannada, which I think is a Dravidian language of India, meaning didinamus. I don't even know what that word in English means. Didinamus refers to flowers with 4 stamens arranged in 2 pairs of unequal length, with 2 stamens being longer and shorter. That is a very specific word. Wow. I was looking at stamens today, funny enough. I have a suspicion that that's probably not what you were referring to. Thank you, dear wandering indigo child, for the dizzy bird that you sent. Maya Shaktaye Namaha. Dear mind surfer, thank you for your rose. Vastave Namaha. That's actually a great mantra for today. Vastave Namaha, or Vastudevataya Namaha, because it's the new moon, and on the new moon it said that we should celebrate our ancestors. Thank you, dear Anasek, for your heartbeat. Bhumyai Namaha. And Vivian, thank you for your heartbeat. Ram Brahmani Namaha. I gotta scroll all the way back to where I left off in the comment section. I think I am near. Yes. I think I scrolled too far. Thank you for your patience, everyone. There we go. Dear Simpson, you share you want to heal in your relationship with others and yourself, particularly someone that you want to separate from. You gotta love yourself. When other people are abusive, the best thing we can do is not be abusive to ourselves. Something very subtle that happens with victims of abuse is the abuse that they received from the outside echoes on the inside. And in effect, it continues from their own remembering. And it can be an exceptionally hard challenge to reflect on your past without that reflection itself being a spiral that causes you to be harmed by your own thoughts. That is why we should never cause abuse to anyone else, because our own actions may propagate within their own system, firing their nervous system in the same way that we affected them over and over again. The cycle of abuse is an internal one. So how can we dissolve that vicious cycle of our nervous system continuing to react as if we are being abused, even when the abuse is in the past? Well, our nervous system is cyclical, no matter what happens to it. That can be a bad thing when it receives trauma, But it's a good thing when you give love to your body, your mind. Whatever the most dominant impression in your system is, that's the impression that continues to echo. So you make your love stronger, you make healing your priority, and then that begins to echo. And now the thoughts that keep coming to mind are less and less traumatic and more progressive. This means taking a step back from some other responsibilities in your life and really being responsible for your health, especially your mental health. Go for walks. If you can, meditate. Take yourself out on dates. Really treat your own body and mind like someone that you want to love. Thank you, dear Starlight Wow, for your pair of s'mores. Ram Shikhandini Namah. Dear Sargam, you're wondering, do I have any siddhis? Do I have any spiritual abilities? My mother sure does. My goodness. I am deeply inspired by my mom's sensitivity to life on many levels of my being. Which is a blessing. Because it means sometimes I'll just be in need of help, and she's already sensitive to that without having to express that. And I think we can inherit that by taking inspiration from how that's helpful. If we think about the purpose that such a spiritual ability has, to be receptive to things outside of just direct expression, that gives you a hint of how these abilities may be developed. They are a gift that comes from people who want to do good. The more good you do, the more you want to do good, the more receptive you are to things that will help you do more good. Maybe that means paying attention to subtler and subtler cues, and you begin to be something of an angel for other people. Not because you're trying to be an angel, but because you want to help. And the universe grants you sort of angelic abilities so that you may be of more help by your own honing of your attention, your awareness, what you give your attention to. And my mom taught me that if you want superpowers in life, you got to be kind. Kindness is the currency for developing superpowers. And I love that. I always have thought about that ever since I was a child. Welcome, dear Queen Strawberry Clouds. Do you believe in yourself, dear Mirto? I hope you do. And thank you, dear Daily Inspo. You're very welcome, dear Howie Frank. Dear Ikram, you ask, how do you test a person? Well, hopefully consensually. When tests aren't consensual, the results often aren't very reflective of what we're testing. For example, a kid who doesn't want to do their homework, they may get a bad grade on their test. But not because they're not smart, only because that test wasn't consensual for where they are in life at that time. Maybe that kid needed a break from thinking about this thing because there's some family dynamic going on that's really difficult for them. Or maybe there's some social circumstance where they're having challenges with their friends at school and they're giving their attention to that. We can only accurately test someone on something that they want to be tested on. Otherwise, of course, they're going to give an effectively random result. I'm sorry to hear that your parents punish you, dear Myrto. I would never want any child to be punished for simply pursuing what they wish to pursue. I hope you can. Although it's not your duty to do this, but teach your parents how to properly be frickin' parents. Because they're definitely not helping by taking away from your ability to be happy. But that's a project that is entirely up to you to take up. If you feel like a healthy relationship with them is worth pursuing, then please do. If it's not, then you are not expected to teach your parents what they should already know, or should already be learning as parents. Thank you, dear Pain. I appreciate your presence here. Hello, dear Nanda. Jai Shri Vishnu. You're very welcome, dear Sargam. Dear Alfie, you ask, when will I be doing the earlier lives? Well, I thought I was today already. As I started several hours ago, I've just had a very long live today. It's extending into the times that I used to go live later. Yeah. That's funny, Hex. You thought Kundalini was an Italian pasta. Thank you, Lemur, for your heart meme. Ashwini Bhyam Namah. Lydia, thank you for your septet of roses. Virabhadraya Namah. Hello, dear Talon. It's good to do research on the places that you give your energy, time, or money to, indeed. I like that, Jazz. Yeah, I like this t-shirt. It was a gift from my mother. Welcome, dear Rinan. We haven't had the question of the day yet. No, we haven't, dear G. We will have that. Of course, dear Tan Tutorial. I remember you. And I remember that you ask that every time you come. When it's been a while. Hello, little Chica. This hair has been known to be in buns, indeed, dear Martin. However, I learned from my beloved that having too tight of a bun can sometimes have adverse effects on your scalp and your follicles. So I've been trying to just have my hair down as it is lately. Goodbye, little Chica. The mantra, Soham, is a great mantra, Jazz. Yes. Yeah, that can be very true. Dear wandering indigo child, the body will still react to trauma on any given day, even years later to the day. It can take something like 2 years of dedicated work almost every day for the trauma to be healed. This is some metrics that some psychologists use. In actuality, every person is different, and it definitely depends on how you take care of your healing journey and the extent of the trauma. But I think I've heard that number flown around in case you want some measurement. Something like an average. That for someone who's experienced trauma, they can take 2 years of repeated behavioral changes to not be triggered by the same things, which is a long time. But it's also a time well spent. And it's not about the destination. It's not even about being healed in the past tense. It's about giving yourself, in the form of the body and the mind, healing from yourself in the form of love and consciousness, which isn't so much a form, but is your formless essence itself. Ancestral trauma is a thing too, indeed. The First Nations in my country, the indigenous population, they have a prophecy called the 7 fires. Each fire is a symbol of a generation. Like a generation huddles around the same fire, and when a new generation comes, they huddle around a different fire. So it's called the 7 fires prophecy, which means that from the trauma of colonialism, it will take 7 generations to heal from that. So even 7 generations, they believe that you will still be carrying the weight of your ancestors. Interestingly, 7 generations and genetics is a significant connection. Those that study genetics might know, or genealogy, that by the pigeonhole principle, a certain mathematical combinatorics principle, if you consider all the genes in a human and how many ancestors they have exponentially growing from 2 parents to 4 grandparents to 8 great-grandparents, etc., you're guaranteed to have at least 1 gene from all of your ancestors up to the 7th generation. After the 7th generation, you have so many ancestors, and relatively speaking, so few genes, that you're not guaranteed to have genes from all your ancestors 7 generations and above. Even though they are your ancestor, for example, your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother might not be genetically related to you, because so many generations have passed that you've received genes from other parts of your family that replace that part. So, how wise if this connection is the same connection with the 7 fires prophecy of the indigenous people, that they say it takes 7 fires, 7 generations to heal from ancestral trauma. What a remarkable intuition they have. Because if trauma is indeed carried genetically or epigenetically, then they've nailed the mathematics. It's incredible, truly. I love that for you, Alfie. You've been told you're a cycle breaker, and you think that's something to do with ancestry. Are you right? Absolutely. Yeah, cycle breaker, We have all sorts of cycles of trauma and abuse, speaking of which, in our families. Breaking out of those cycles is a way of honoring our lineage. I'm happy to hear you had an aha moment, dear Sargam. I'm very grateful for having such a wise mother. And you're very welcome, dear Sargam. And I love that addition, dear Spinudha, that meditation is proven scientifically to comfort us. I love that. If Kundalini was a pasta, it would sound pretty tasty, right? Hopefully it's not actually made up of snakes, however. Dear Alfie, you share you struggle to put your trust in a woman after past relationships. How can you get over that? I understand. It can be easy to experience trauma from a certain demographic and then generalize that to the whole of the demographic. But it had nothing to do with her being a woman that caused an unfortunate dynamic in your relationship. People can be wonderful or terrible regardless of gender. But still, the point remains that you struggle to trust in relationships after having traumatic ones. How can you get over that? I wouldn't say you get over that per se, but you trust in yourself to set boundaries where you need them going forward. Vulnerability is a beautiful thing to share with someone else, but that doesn't mean it comes without boundaries. You can be in a vulnerable relationship, or you can be vulnerable in a relationship in some ways, but still have protective boundaries in another. That is to say, what you have learned from your past relationships inform you about how you can communicate in your future relationships, how you can honor yourself more. You can still have protection and go into your future relationships, and your past relationships can teach you about all the ways that you can protect yourself. But ultimately, there will be a leap of faith in any relationship where healing has to be done. At some point you do, and that is a time that's chosen by you and no one else. At some point you do let go of some walls that you have built up, and not out of any logical deduction, but there is an implicit kind of faith that develops once again through a long period of time, trust, effort, and understanding from both of you, or however many people are involved. We can never have proof that another person isn't going to hurt us. But we can begin to open up after a long period of consistency in another person. And that takes a lot of time and patience. Thank you, dear Ransom, for the heart me and the team bracelet that you sent. Saraswatyai Namah. Dear Semi, if I can pronounce your name in a preferable way, let me know. Thank you for the bubblegum. Om Ishwaraya Namaha. And thank you, dear Franklin, for your heart me an ice cream cone. Adishaktaye Namaha. Now, where was I in the comment section? Oscar, you ask, what do you do when you like a song but it's sad and makes you a little sad? Nothing wrong with a song that you like that makes you sad. Songs can evoke many different emotions, and sadness is also a beautiful emotion to feel. It's good to listen to sad music if you're sad. I'm sure that there's research that shows that when you listen to music that expresses your emotions for you, that helps you connect better with yourself. Which is a little counterintuitive, but I think it makes sense. And I have been thriving today. Thank you, Freya. Dear Mariori, you ask, what do I think about people like non-binary people with both feminine and masculine energies? We have to be very nuanced in our description of this. There's 3 different things to deconstruct here before we get to an answer. Non-binary, gender, and energy. First of all, energy is always feminine. Technically speaking, there is no such thing as masculine energy, because masculinity refers to another part of this existence than energy. And the feminine aspect of this existence is energy. But that's a very subtle point. Not imperative to the question, just as a fun fact. Masculine is the substratum of the energy. And the energy is what ripples through the substratum. Think of masculine as the canvas, and the feminine as the painting on the canvas. You need both to have art. What are you going to paint on if you don't have a canvas? And if you have a canvas but no painting, what's the point of the canvas? There is a difference, therefore, between gender and sex. Gender, when it comes to masculine and feminine, is something a part of all of us. Whether we're male or female, we have both masculine and feminine. We all have masculine as our inner resolve, Shiva, stillness, silence, consciousness. And we all have feminine as our outer expression, music, dance, energy, movement, our bodies. All bodies are feminine. It's difficult in English to understand this because the same root that makes the word male and female is used in feminine and masculine, which is a pity, because truly male and female and masculine and feminine are different things. A male and a female are both expressions of the feminine, and the consciousness that pervades both male and female and anything in between or beyond is the masculine. So, we've covered energy, we've covered gender. Now what is non-binary? Being non-binary is something different from even this. Non-binary means that your expression of your body, you feel that you are both male and female, or neither, depending on how you interpret going beyond the binary. It can be a total exclusion of both extremes of the spectrum, something in the middle between them, or it can be something completely beyond. basically, someone who is identified as non-binary only partially identifies with their bodily expression of sex. Or perhaps, in rare circumstances, because of the complicated nature of sex in the body, that it's not completely determined by just whether you have male or female procreative organs. There is so much nuance when it comes to our hormone levels, when it comes to our chromosome expression, and all sorts of other little details that I'm sure a biologist can fill you in. It is true that someone who might appear as male or female is completely valid in choosing not to identify exclusively with their maleness or their femaleness, because sex and gender are very nuanced concepts that do have a lot of overlaps but are also independent concepts. So with that covered, it's good in philosophy to have precise definitions for all these things before we answer the question. What do I think about them? They're perfectly valid human beings that are allowed to choose how they identify. We all have the masculine and feminine. Masculine as the consciousness, feminine as the body. And even within someone who might legally or medically be regarded as male or female, it's a lot more nuanced than that, because there's so many other markers in our biology for these things too. I hope that answered your question. Sorry for such a long answer. Dear Alfie, you have an ancestry kit, but you're scared to send your DNA out. Are you just being paranoid? Well, it's your biological information. Technically, you leave it everywhere you go. And if someone had the resources, they could pick up a piece of hair or get a skin cell from your fingerprint or get a drop of your perspiration. So technically speaking, it is kind of already public information if someone had the tools to extract that. But your conscious choice to explicitly give that information to another company, well, absolutely, that's your free will to choose if you want to do that or not. My mother did it, and I'm very grateful that my mother did it, because it ended up connecting her with relatives that she had been separated from since birth. And stories like that can be some of the biggest reasons why other people do it too. It worked out for my mom, being able to connect with a whole side of her family because she was adopted. But yeah, there's all sorts of reasons why you might not want to do that, and if you choose not to, that's completely valid too. Good evening, dear Laurie. Dear Anne, you ask, do I read a lot? And where did I get my knowledge from? Well, I'm grateful that you perceive any knowledge in these words. I don't read a lot, interestingly enough, other than what I read to all of you. The bulk of my reading happens to you, dear Sanghis, in the Sangha. I like to listen to videos, watch videos, like on YouTube, for example. I guess I do reading when it comes to articles online, to be fair. But most people refer to reading in terms of books and textbooks and things like that, which I don't usually partake in. But everyone has a different learning style. Mine is certainly more audio-visual, primarily. But in general, a lot of the things I share there's two layers to sharing experience. There's the experience itself, and then there's how you share it. And what comes from outside is mostly how you share it. Books, videos, audiobooks, movies, conversations, classrooms. When it comes to what we mostly talk about in this live stream, which is spiritual stuff, it isn't giving you anything new that you don't already know. It's just giving you the framework to express that more directly. It's giving you tools to communicate, vocabulary, stories, models. All of that is a superimposition on an experience that you already have. And the knowledge is truly contained in your experience that you already have. But if you want to express that or have instruments of connecting with that, then yeah, books are great ways of gaining vocabulary, stories, and same with teachers and courses and videos, all that stuff. That's the difference between Paravidya and Aparavidya in Sanskrit. Paravidya is the knowledge that's already in everybody's experience. The truths, the highest truths of this universe are in front of everyone all the time. That higher knowledge, the immanent experience that's there universally, is known as Paravidya. Aparavidya, which literally means not higher knowledge, is the framework itself that is allowing you to connect with that immanent reality that's here before us all the time. We get that from the outside. We get that through language. We get that through demonstration. Thank you, dear Roxy, for the trio of squirrels you had sent, and Anisak for your 28 roses. Maheshaya Namah. Dear Miananda, thank you for your rosa. Kam Prajapataye Namah. And dear Ransom, thank you for your rose. Kam Jahnavyay Namah. Radhe Radhe, dear Miananda. Dear Tatwamasi, you share an Indian and Nepali weddings, have 7 vows and 7 rounds around the fire. Fascinating. I wonder if that's related to the epigenetics of 7 generations and the 7 fires prophecy that we were talking about. Thank you, dear Jackie, for your tiny yippee and your rosa, your ice cream cone, and your quintet of squirrels. Gam Ganapataye Namah. Dear Hugo, you wanted to ask, what is my advice to someone that is lost in life and wants to find themselves? The seeker is the sought. That's a bit of a riddle. It's a riddle that I won't leave you in the dark in. The person who wants to find themselves has found themselves in the wanting. The person who thinks they already know everything about themselves has truly lost themselves. That's a paradox that I won't leave you in the dark of either. Because who you truly are is something that mystifies even the most intelligent models of science today. We can explain everything from astrophysics to quantum mechanics, from biology to sociology, but we can't explain why it all happens. The fact that anything exists at all and that you are here to experience it will forever be a mystery. The how will always continue to understand, but the why will always continue to create curiosity in us. And truly, that curiosity itself is the highest expression of yourself. So in that beautiful paradoxical way, you are most yourself when you have no idea who you are. And you are least yourself when you think you know who you are. So the more you keep looking, the more you are embodying that eternal witness that wonders about this reality. So what is my advice? Keep looking. Thank you, dear Lexi, for your heartbeat. Gam Goraya Namah. Hello, dear Franklin. Well, thank you for finding any eloquence whatsoever in my words, dear Relal. If there truly is a question, rather than a very polite statement disguised as a question, I have experienced having a speech impediment before, and I didn't even know that I had one throughout my childhood until I listened to recordings of me, and I thought, wow, it's a miracle that there's anyone in my life that understands me. I wonder if I can find any videos of younger me speaking. It's hard to describe exactly what my speech impediment was. I guess I was just mumbling, because there wasn't a lot of clarity between the different sounds that I was making. Just kind of all blended together. I didn't realize I was doing that until I listened to myself, and I couldn't even make out what I was saying. Sometimes that comes out still today. But I did have a conscious intention to work on that, because of course I wanted to be understood, and I didn't so much enjoy having to explain myself again and again because people couldn't make out my words. So I did think about each letter of a word and how it forms the whole sound. And learning Sanskrit has also added a whole other layer to my understanding of phonetics and how each part of our speech comes together. Every organ in our mouth, from our throat, tongue, palate, teeth, lips, our lungs, our nasal cavity, they all play a role in how we sound words. And you learn these things while studying Sanskrit. I have tied a knot of my hand symbols around my finger. Please excuse me as I untie this knot. I don't want to lose circulation. And I want to be able to use these. There we go. You're very welcome, Relal. Thank you, dear Faso Ladio Kidio, for your rose. Sadyo jatam prapadyami sadyo jataya vai namo namah. Bhave bhave nati bhave bhavaswamam bhavodbhavaya namah. Dear wandering indigo child, thank you for your finger heart. Om Vamadevaya Namo Jyeshtaya Namah Shreshtaya Namo Rudhraya Namah Kalaya Namah Kalavikarnaya Namo Balaya Namo Balavikarnaya Namo Balapramathanaya Namah Sarva Bhuta Damanaya Namo Manon Manaya Namah. Thank you, Lori, for another tiny. Yippee! Thank you, Lexi, for your trio of club cheers. Om Aghorebhyo Taghorebhyo Aghora Ghore Tarebhya Sarvata Sarva Sarvebhyo Namaste Rudhra Rupebhya. Fasoladio. Thank you for another trio of roses. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Celeste Divine, thank you for your rose and friendship necklace. Om Tat Purushaya Vidmahe Mahadevaya Dhimahi Tanno Rudra Prachodayat. And thank you, Angel, for your tiny. Yahoo! Now, where did I leave off in the comment section? Let me scroll back up. Here we are. Are my kitties having the loveliest day ever? I hope so. They spent lots of time outside today, which is one of their favorite things to do. How is your ankle healing, dear Freya? We all start as female too. That's very true as well, Small. Very interesting biological phenomenon. We all have an X chromosome, which is associated with female genetics. Not all of us have a Y chromosome, however. Thank you, Angel, for your bubblegum as well. Ishan Sarva Vidyanam Ishwar Sarva Bhutanam Brahma Dipati Brahmano Dhipatyar Brahma Shivo Me Astu Sa Eva Sada Shiva Om. Is there any reading on this that I recommend? Asks wonderful wandering indigo child. Or does anyone? I have no specific reading recommendations, but if you want to go on a wonderful adventure to your library, have fun being drawn to a random book. You know, you can even be like one of those people that have those, I forget what they're called, those sticks that are used to find water wells. You can close your eyes and just wander through the aisles until your hand touches a book in the library and go, haha, this is the one I need to read. You can have fun with that if you want. I like that, Garrett. Mother Earth and Father Time. And hello, dear Finding Bliss. Good night, dear Alfie. It's very interesting, dear Danny. Well, there are many blue people in the world's religions, like Shiva or Krishna. It's beautiful. Your half-brother found you, and your ex found his father. I love stories like that. Please go charge your phone, dear Marlon. Indeed. Dear Wowzer, you ask, did I grow up in a religious household? No, not at all. My parents never went to church or practiced any structured religion or anything like that. Being in the West, even if you're not religious, it's not uncommon to practice things like Christmas, however. So we did that. Halloween, things that were originally religious but generally became associated with culture beyond religion. It's funny, my father is a very skeptical person, self-identifies as an agnostic, very respectable. And my mother is very spiritual, but yet doesn't identify with anything. And so from a father that identified as nothing, and from a mother that didn't identify with anything, I was allowed to explore my own spiritual identity in the way that I chose. And it's not that I found Hinduism in comparison to finding any other religion. I have an equal love for Hinduism as I do for all the world's religions. Hinduism itself is something very complicated to explain. Whereas other religions might have a discrete set of doctrines or principle or founding person or a structured belief system, none of those things can be said for Hinduism. It's more of a spectrum of ancient lineages that are interconnected throughout what today we call as India, or in more ancient times might be known as Bharat. It's still called Bharat to the Indians, to the people of Bharat. The word Hindu comes from a river, the Indus River. It was a boundary between the Persian Empire and the various cultures of India. India is by far not a monolithic country. It's more of a subcontinent. And there are so many different cultures and traditions that flourish there interdependently. And so the word Hindu came from the Persians, just calling whatever the hell is going on the other side of that river. They had no idea what to call it, so they just called it what's on the other side of the river, the Hindus. But what's going on the other side of that river was nothing in particular, but almost everything that could possibly be explored spiritually all at once. You could say that it's an encyclopedia of religion. Something very strange happened in the cultural isolation beyond the river and the Himalayas and the Indian Ocean. It's a breeding ground for a practically infinite assortment of practices. You can find almost any conceivable way of connecting to the universe or yourself in the many traditions that were preserved there. It's very strange. It's kind of like if there was one part of the world which was dedicated to just trying everything all at once. That is what's considered India historically. And that's just to name one aspect of that geography's history. So truly Hinduism isn't any one thing in particular, but to quote a Bo Burnham song, a little bit of everything, all of the time. Thank you, dear Goblin Brain, for your heart rain. Shaila Putriyai Namaha. And dear angel, thank you for another rose. And a tiny. Yippee! Thank you for the water break reminder, dear G. You sure someone's asked this before, shares Wandering Indigo Child, but what are my thoughts on alcohol? Is it spiritually damaging? Damaging, I think the word was, or ingrained in history and ritual and acceptable? Historically, alcohol is a ceremonial beverage, and you can see that today in how social of a substance it is. Many forms of drugs, which alcohol is, it is a form of drugs, just happens to be a socially accepted one. And that's in comparison to many forms of drugs that are an isolating experience. Think of all the hard drugs that people do alone in their bathroom or in alleyways away from the world. Alcohol just happens to be one of those drugs that tends to bring people together. On the surface, as it was used ceremoniously thousands of years ago. But it can also, when not respected as a substance, tear people apart, especially families. I think alcoholism is one of the most important things in this world to pay attention to because of how many people are affected by it. I think every one of us knows an alcoholic in their life, and you know of the effects that it has, not just in their own life, their own future, but in everyone around them too. I personally don't drink it. I used to. But if you can use it ceremoniously, well, maybe that's a more healthy relationship you can have with it. It was used by many ancient civilizations to enter states of consciousness, inebriation, where they could chant freely and huddle around the fire and just have fun. But if you depend on it for your happiness, then we misunderstand its purpose. It is ultimately unnecessary. Any substance that creates a certain psychological effect is ultimately unnecessary. It can be an optional thing that you partake in, and that's always the individual's choice. We should create a society where alcoholism is destigmatized, but yet something that we're highly aware of so that we understand how to have a more healthy relationship with it. Many people try to drown their sorrows with it and ultimately come to realize that sorrows swim. You can't wash your problems away with alcohol. You'll end up creating more problems for yourself if you do. It's like going into debt with your future self. Everyone who's ever experienced a hangover already knows this. That you can have an amazing Friday night at the cost of a terrible Saturday morning. And if we are short-sighted and not realize that the happiness of Friday night is something that we are going in debt to Saturday morning with, then we fail to understand how we're not actually getting happiness out of this substance, but taking a loan from our future self. For ceremonial purposes, that can be useful, but it's not a way to live your life, because you'll always feel that hangover. And even in a more generalized sense, when that addiction turns into withdrawal, you experience a very long form of a hangover that can last weeks and months until you develop a more healthy relationship with not just the substance, but yourself. It numbs you, which is great if you want to be temporarily free from your burdens, but it won't actually solve your problems that are creating those burdens. It won't remove the parts of trauma in you that are giving rise to feelings and emotions that you're trying to run away from. So you do have to be brave and face the feelings that surface when you stop drinking. And it does get better. There are many success stories of alcoholics, and my grandfather is one of them. He was a very big alcoholic before I was born. But I never knew that side of him because he changed his life so dramatically. I knew someone who was deeply spiritual, someone who was a talented fly fisherman, who always put the fish back and never sought to cause harm. He could tie amazing flies. He could renovate the whole house. He could build things out of wood. He knew how to boat a pontoon. He was an excellent video game player, and the computer that I'm live streaming from was built by him because he got into making gaming computers. And overall, he was a kind, wise, and thoughtful man. I had no idea that he was such a terrible alcoholic before I was born. Long before I was born. And eventually I can't remember exactly how many years he was sober, but he had one of those chips that very few people get from AA that commemorate several decades of being sober. And people like him are proof that it's possible to not only be free of your addiction, but live a happy and successful life after that too. But everyone's healing journey is different. That doesn't mean that everyone needs to get into fly fishing or carpentry or renovation. But maybe there's something for you to give your energy to instead. Thank you, Sarah, for the rose you sent. Brahmacharya Namaha. And the Flower Power Path, thank you for your 11 roses. Chandraghantaya Namaha. And dear Ransom Fabio, thank you for your half a dozen roses. Kushmandaya Namaha. That was one of my longer answers. Thank you for your patience. Dearest Georgia, you share, your cat is dying. Can I please give you some wise words? Your cat is dying is a true statement at one level. There are other true statements that can help balance the feelings that come with that one alone. Your cat is returning her body to Mother Earth. Your cat is going to get a refill of her 9 lives. Your cat is answering the call in the cosmic cat distribution system to be somewhere else physically. Your cat has served you to the best of her abilities as a friend, family member, and recipient of your love. She is now gone to serve some other part of this world. These are also statements that, if you find truth in, can balance out the raw grief of pure loss. I pray for the safe passage of the spirit of your wonderful kitty, and for your own heart to love them enough to wish them success in their next life. Thank you, dear Shakira, for your heartbeat. Skandamatore Namaha. Dear J Street, thank you for your heartbeat. Katya Yanyay Namaha. And thank you, Lexi, for your flowers. Kalaratriyay Namaha. Hello, dear Costas. This is a beautiful perspective, Crossfires. You share, they have a diagnosis called seasonal depression, but perhaps it's more of a deeper connection to nature and feeling like it's the death of the season and you're grieving that. That's beautiful. I think that's a very profound perspective that can teach us a lot about how to treat such a diagnosis. What's my opinion about video games? Asked Costas. Well, I grew up on them. I've learned many things from video games. In fact, the very first word I ever read myself came from playing a video game called Destroy All Humans. My mother was distraught that I was playing such a game. Much to her surprise, that game taught me the word mother. I was always asking my parents, what does this menu option say? Because I couldn't read yet. I was playing video games from that early of an age. Eventually, I realized if I wanted to play this game without my parents' help, I had to learn to read. So video games inspired me to read. And the very first word I finally correctly sounded out, I was in the menu of Destroy All Humans, and I was able to recognize the word mother because the menu option was Return to Mothership. In the game, you play as an alien. And the way of going to the main menu is the option that says Return to Mothership. And I recognized the word mother. I thought, that's the one I wanted to click. Good to know. I also learned lots about cooperation and team building and multiplayer games. I learned about discipline in RPGs and refining certain skills. I learned about economy through games that have currency systems. I learned about strategies in strategic games. I learned about creativity in open world games. I learned so much from my video game playing. I'm grateful for that. Thank you, dear Suz. Namaste for your heartbeat. Mahagauriyai Namaha. Nothing in excess, of course. You're 2 years being sober, dear Deem, and you're very proud. I am happy that you are proud. That's absolutely something to be proud of. Thank you for sending your light and love, dear Jazz. You're very welcome, dear Jazz. Thank you, John Simon, for your heart, me too. Siddhidatariyai Namaha. That's very true, dear Pain. We often forget that everything we put in our body affects us in some way. Not just what might be classified as drugs, but food. Food doesn't just have a physical effect, It may have a neurological effect, a psychological effect. We can have that sense of craving and dependency on food, just as we might for other substances too. You're very grateful for your sobriety, Roxy. I'm happy to hear that for you too. And thank you, John Simon, for another finger heart. Hilary, you find yourself often wondering how I'm so wise at such a young age. Well, make sure you keep my ego in check. I hope to be humbled by this. Thank you. To answer your question, even though it's probably more of a very polite statement than a question, I think we've misunderstood wisdom, the relationship between wisdom and age. We tend to say wisdom comes with age, but does it? I know many people that are younger than me that are much wiser than me. And I know a lot of people that are older than me that, well, I shouldn't say anything negative about our elders. But the wisest people in my life tend to be the ones that are in spirit the youngest. Do you know what I mean? That when I look up at our elders who are full of wisdom, it's not because they're old that they're wise. It's because they've learned to never grow up. That their youth shines so brightly in their mindset. That they're connected with their younger self, their inner child. In other words, wisdom doesn't come with age. Wisdom comes with youth. The more grown up you try to be, the more you lose that magic of life. Knowledge comes with age. Being scientifically knowledgeable, being intellectual. Obviously, we can't expect a baby to be like that. And we should expect to some level that someone who has lived a long time has had a long window of opportunity to develop in their knowledge of the world. But wisdom is ageless. Wisdom is an ever-fresh expression of the eternal moment. You can be only an infant and be connected to that. Especially if you're connected to your inner child, I think. To give an answer to perhaps what is a rhetorical question. Thank you, dear Megan, for your little crown. Siddhidatriyai Namah. Kali Mahakali Kalike Parameshwari Sarvananda Kare Devi Narayani Namostute. That's very true, dear Hilaraya. When we understand that addiction may be a result of avoidance and trauma, that can help us be aware of what needs to be attended to within us, that we are supplementing healing with an external substance. I'm happy to hear that for your husband, dear Crossfires. Hello, dear Amanda. Yes, beautiful jazz. So, that I am. Thank you, dear Karma. glad you find the chimes to be so gently soothing, dear G. They're very nice. Yeah. Wisdom comes with awareness. That well said, dear wandering indigo child. Ashtavakra, Nichiketa are some examples of Indian sages who are very young. Or Vyasa's son, yeah, Shukadeva. Or the four Kumaris. Or Kumaras? Kumaras. Four Kumaras. The Sanakadika. Dear Rachel, you feel like you've been in the midst of an awakening for the last few months. You appreciate beauty now. I love to hear that, Rachel. Thank you for sharing that. There's lots of beauty to appreciate. I find beauty in what you share now. Amanda, you ask, is wisdom just remembering what your soul already knows? I see the truth in that. Am I a Taoist? Ask Bibi. The Taoist that can be told is not the true Taoist. I have a lot of reverence for the teachings of Taoism. They're so pure. You might call that Brahmavidya, to use terminology from Sanskrit. Brahmavidya is like saying ultimate knowledge. It's so pure, so refined, so direct. The story of Lao Tzu is so funny. I don't know much about his life other than he was very wise. And people could tell, but he didn't like to talk about what he knew, which was strange. He was clearly deeply at peace, probably an enlightened being. But whenever anyone asked him to write down his ideas, he said, "No point. I have nothing to say. I have nothing to write down." Eventually, the peer pressure got to him, and he did write down what became known as the Tao Te Ching, the way of life. And if you know that story that went into that book, the first line becomes hilarious. If you know that for the whole of his life before that, he said, "I have nothing to write down. I can't say anything to the truth." The very first line is, "The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao." That's his way of saying, I don't want to write this, but in the most profound way. Because it's true. Whatever he knew, that was the Tao, the way, the truth, the one, however you want to translate that, it can't be written down. So the book begins with Lao Tzu saying, basically expressing that everything written down is not going to help you anyway. And what a paradoxically informative verse. It tells us what the truth isn't. And by the art of deduction, it tells you more about what the truth is. What it is it's something defined in negation to everything else that you're familiar with. Whatever it is, it's something that can't truly be written down. The next line, I think, is the Tao that can be named, or the name that can be named is not the nameless one, or the Tao that can be named is not the true Tao. It can't be described by any word or set of words. In the beginning, before the heaven and the earth, was the nameless one. And whether you see to the core of the earth or just the surface passionately, wonder names them both. He says, all right, if we must have a word, let's use the word wonder. Something like that. I'm a little rusty. I haven't read the Tao in a while. Oh, I forget which Upanishad it was, dear Tattvamasi. What are the Kumaras' names? They have a kind of alliteration to them. Let's look them up so I don't blankly stare into the void and waste everyone's time. Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatana, and Sanat. That's right. Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatana, and Sanat. They're said to be the firstborn in one of the creation stories in India. That in the beginning it was the formless, and out of that formless one, said the navel of the formless one, the creator emerged, which is a very fascinating difference in how we understand the creator in the West versus the East. In the West, we associate the creator with that one that came before all. In the East, there's something, the creator is seen as something that comes from the one. The creator and the one are different. Brahman and Brahma, the all-expansive one, and then the one that is the expander, the creator. And what did the creator, or who did the creator create first? Well, out of his mind, he created 4 children, the Manasputra, the mental sons of the creator, which were those 4 names. I already forgot them. Sanaka, Sanandana, Sanatana, and Sanat. As they're said to be eternally children, but they appear to be like 5 years old forever. What do they represent? That's a good question. I haven't explored that. I'm sure if we went into their names, you'd find the symbolism. All I know is Sanatana, which means eternal. That is the name of the philosophy of India, Sanatana Dharma, the eternal way. Thank you, dear Tom R, for your heart, me, and septet of roses. Tam Namaschandraya. Dear Lexi, thank you for your loving club cheers. Madinaya Nama. Dear user 364, you share you feel like you've let go of what no longer serves you. How do you live truly? You've already begun. One of the ways of living truly is to let all that which arises come to go when it's no longer serving us. Yeah, what else can you do to live truly? Well, to balance letting go, you accept all new forms of energy that come your way. You balance the letting go with the acceptance of the new, the passing of the old and the coming of the new. Thank you, dear Amor. There are many different versions of the Tao Te Ching indeed, and Taoist literature is humongous. I have to say it like that to really accentuate just how many words are in the full Tao corpus. It's humongous. Dear Amanda, You ask, do I believe knowledge is the path to wisdom? Or is it wisdom that leads to true understanding? What you are asking about is Paravidya versus Aparavidya. And we stumbled across in this live stream today, I think anyway, a great explanation of the relationship between the two. That wisdom is already there. Knowledge is just how you utilize that wisdom. Wisdom is the essence. Knowledge is the application. Or you could say, knowledge is putting wisdom into practice. Or you could see it the other way around. That knowledge is what leads you to reconnect with wisdom. But knowledge is what's dynamic, always changing. Wisdom is what's eternal, ever the same, a part of you. Knowledge comes and goes. When it comes, it leads us inward. When it goes, it expresses our wisdom outward. In my opinion. And how do you balance both in your life? How do you balance knowledge and wisdom? It's a good question. Well, what does it mean to balance knowledge and wisdom? Let me understand your question first. If you were imbalanced, that would mean that you're either striving one-pointedly for one and not the other, right? That you're only going after knowledge and you don't care so much for wisdom. What does that mean? That can mean that you only care about what logic and science has to say, and you don't give any credit to ancestral spiritual traditions. And then there's the flip side of that. There's those that are very strongly attached to ancestral spiritual traditions and have an aversion towards all of modern science, logic. So how do you balance them? By seeing their overlap. That knowledge isn't useful just because it's new, nor is wisdom useful just because it's ancient. There is an ever newness in both. You as the consciousness get to utilize knowledge and bask in wisdom. We can be grateful for all of modern scientific advancements and the wonderful models that physics and chemistry and biology and psychology provide us. And we can also have a reverence for the ancient traditions that brought us to where we are now, today. That we wouldn't be here today without our ancestors living in the way that they have. They may have been great people, they may have been terrible people, but at the very least they produced us in this generation. So how bad can they really be if they gave us the gift of life today? And how good can they really be if they left us with all these problems to solve? I think those perspectives can be balancing. Seems that we lost our background music. We're actually listening to a live video on YouTube, and it's still playing. I just checked. It's just not playing anything at the moment. It's just silence. Maybe that's a reminder to end the live stream shortly. We have been live for 4.5 hours so far. I like you discovered the compound of Manas and Putra. Dear Tatwamasi. Dear JC, you ask, am I a musician of any kind? I don't consider myself one, but my father is. And I can only be grateful for whatever musical abilities I may have inherited from him. Jiyu add that knowledge helps define the experience, and wisdom helps approach the experience with love. That's a great perspective. I love that. Hello, dear Ness. The answer is 4 to the power of 5. That's a big number. Let's see, that's 256 times 256. Actually, I know my powers of 2 better. That would be 2 to the power of 10. Oh, that's 1,024. Yeah. So it's not 256 times 256. No, it would be 256 times 4. Making sure I don't mix up my tetration with my exponentiation. The answer is 1,024. Good number. Thank you, dear Lexi, for your 11 club cheers. Namah Karlim Ambita Me Sharim Nadita Me Harim Devita Me I'm Sarasvatyai Swaha. Hello, Hasid. And thank you, Artorica. If I can pronounce your way in a preferred way, please let me know too. What kind of musician is my father? He's a singer, and he can play the bass guitar and the acoustic guitar and a little bit of piano, the drums. So he can pretty much be his own band, one at a time. Could he play all of those at the same time? I'll have to challenge him next time. Lexi, you're wondering if I can please explain the 108 number on the beads. Heard about it, and that is powerful. Speaking of math and powers, it's a superfactorial or a hyperfactorial. I forget which is which. It's a product of the first 3 tetrations. 1 to the 1 times 2 to the 2 times 3 to the 3. Meaning that it's 4 times 27, which is 108. That means it has a lot of very nice factors. It's divisible by 2. It's divisible by 4. It's divisible by 3. By 9, by 27, it's divisible by 54, it's divisible by 6, it's divisible by 12. These are nice numbers because they're products of 2 and 3. And lots of things in this world come in 2s and 3s because those are the smallest numbers other than 1. Whole numbers other than 1, greater than 0. So it has a lot of nice mathematical properties, algebraically. But that's not what you want to know. You want to know what its astrological significance is. The moon is a big thing. It's also pretty far away. In fact, it's farther away than you think it is. You can fit all of the planets in the solar system, including Pluto, in between the Earth and the moon. In just moon terms, that is 108 moons. You can fit 108 moons between the Earth and the moon. In other words, the moon is 108 times farther away than it is big. But that's not all. The sun is big. The sun is also very far away. I think it's about 400 times bigger than the moon. and 400 times farther away than the moon, which means the ratio is also the same. It is a space that can fit 108 suns. So 108 also represents how much farther away the sun is than how big it is. Because that number applies to both our moon and our sun, that means we can have solar eclipses. The reason that we have solar eclipses has a lot to do with that number 108, since it's the same, approximately, for both the moon and the sun. But that's not all. You can fit 108 Earths across the diameter of the sun. You can fit that many. So the sun is 108 times wider than the Earth. So each bead on your mala represents a part of the relationship between the Earth and the moon, the Earth and the sun, and the Earth and the sun in two different ways, actually. Each bead can represent an Earth across the sun, a sun between, or a moon between. So it represents our Earth, Moon, Sun system. But that's not all. In astrology, we divide the constellations on the equator into 12 different groups. And we consider 9 different passings of celestial bodies through those constellations, namely the sun and the moon, but also Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn. That means that if you pair up any one of those constellations with any one of those planets, that tells you how many possible astrological effects there are to consider. What is that product? Well, it's 9 times 12, 108. So not only does 108 have a very nice prime factorization, which is good for mathematical properties, it also relates our sun, moon, and earth, and is significant in astrology. So it's just a lovely number overall. And so many spiritual things in India are counted out in groups of 108, like 108 major Upanishads, a set of scriptures, 108 minor Upanishads, another set of scriptures, 108 Puranas, another set of scriptures, 108 beads on a mala. Could you have chosen any other number for how many malas, or how many beads on a mala, how many scriptures? Absolutely. You can find meaning in any number. It just happens to be the one that's traditionally accepted as one that our many ancestors have been using. And so we might as well keep it consistent, that wherever you go in the world and in time, when you buy a mala, it has the same number of beads, so your meditations can be consistently timed. Much love, dear Nescole. You ask, do I have any words for someone struggling with addiction and mental health? Addiction is an expression of where you are in your mental health. So focus on your mental health, and your relationship with your addictions will get better. having healthier coping mechanisms and habits are an expression of a healthier mind. So don't pull the cart before the bull and think you have to get your addictions in order so that you have good mental health. You focus on your mental health, and your relationships with your addictions will get better. That is to say, if you have to ever make a choice between attending to an addiction and attending to your mental health, attend to your mental health. In other words, forgive yourself for having relapses in addiction and always continue striving to make your mental health better. Thank you, dear Ardorica, for another rose you sent. Sarva Pushpebhyam. And Lexi, thank you for your 108 club chairs. Now we should talk about the significance of the number 1008. No, just kidding. Namo Bhagavate Dakshinamurtaye Mahyam Medham Prajñam Prayacha Swaha. Dear Hasid, you ask, due to karma, if you give your services for free, you will be taken care of, right? Money wise. That is something that Krishna affirms in the Bhagavad Gita. He says, don't worry about your material prosperity. When you focus on your spiritual prosperity, I personally will take care of your material prosperity. Krishna is revered as a form of the divine. So that's the divine himself saying, if you focus on your spiritual practice, I will take care of everything else in your life. Now, how much blind faith can you have in that? I truly do believe, personally, that if someone does have faith in that, they will be taken care of. But if you don't have so much faith in that, then your own doubt may create problems for you. If you have skepticism, which is completely natural and normal, then you will have to take care of your material prosperity also. I think a nice compromise is that you accept donations for your service, but you never expect them, nor are they necessary. That is my own personal philosophy, at least at this moment in time. For example, I am always happy to go live, and even though no gift is ever expected nor necessary, I still appreciate them. And I do see that as a reflection of the divine taking care of me through the graciousness of all of you being an instrument to that. But I'd happily be here regardless of such a figure. And I think that's a healthy compromise. I am, of course, always open to other perspectives on the matter. Thank you, dear Sim, for your 10 roses and a quintet of tiny diamonds. Yippee! And dear Michelle, thank you for your rose. Helping each other is how we can live and thrive together. I like that, dear G. Alright, I finally... Oh, there's 108 Sanghis right now. Perfect. As I made my way finally to the present moment, time for me to ask you a question, everyone. My question is, what is infinity? You're not allowed to answer G to infinity. You are the answer. Just kidding. Just kidding about not being allowed to answer. You are truly infinite. Thank you, Lexi, for your subscription. Krum, hrum, hrum, hum, bhat. The answer is G. It's in your username. Yeah, I understand you were typing that out before I shared that question, so I'm happy to answer, dear Simpson. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that you had to call the cops on your wife. No one wants to be in the position to do that. It's very fortunate that you had access to do that when you needed that, nonetheless. How can you heal from this? You don't want to hurt her or yourself. I did see your comment, and well, I don't know if you heard me earlier. There was a lot of other comments, and I totally understand if my answer didn't reach your ears. But to re-emphasize, you gotta love yourself. When you realize through unfortunate moments like that you can't depend on another person in a certain way, like for instance for safety, then we have to take responsibility for that personally and become a safe space for ourselves to be. Abuse affects our nervous system, and our nervous system replays our experience. Whether it's a good experience or a traumatic experience. Which means if you have a traumatic experience replaying in your nervous system, it's good to substitute that with self-love, because at least that is something you do have control over. You have power over your own love that you give to this body, this mind. Take care of your body, your mind, and your nervous system will begin to reflect that care as well. Setting boundaries is especially important with someone who has inflicted harm on you. If you can give yourself some space, please do that. I trust your intuition that if there is something there for you to continue to work on in your relationship, then that would be a very courageous thing for you to do. And maybe that's possible in the future, but in the moment, if you're still feeling the immediate effects of that trauma, then have some space. Give yourself some room to grow. Give your partner some room to reflect on their actions and get the help that they need too. Because if they caused another person like yourself to phone the police, well, they must be struggling with something too, and I hope that they get the help they need with that as well. And thank you, Michael, for the rose you sent. Hanumate Rudratmakaya Hom Bhat Swaha. That's very noble of you to not want to hurt her in return, to get her some mental health help and allow space. You cannot hurt her by not passing that pain on, holding space for your own feelings, knowing that although she is responsible for her accountability, that you are responsible for your healing journey. a wonderful thing for you to even think about getting her some mental health help, even after feeling the after effects of the lack of that in her life. What a beautiful soul you are. I pray that she's open to that. But you're also not responsible for her healing journey. So if she's not receptive to that, then that's another thing to give her space to explore in her own time. All right, so some questions, to some answers to the question of the day. What is infinity? Forever is infinity. I like that, Anne. Eternity. Infinity is energy that never truly dies. I like that. Thank you, dear frog wings. Tattvamasi, you, sir, maybe it's outside of logic that the mind can't accurately define, so it's not of the physical nature. I like your nati approach. Hello, dear Gabriel. I'm still live. Hello, dear Emma. Infinity is unlimited. I like that, Kaido. Infinity, unlimited. We're still describing it by what it's not. Is it possible even to describe it by what it is? It never ends and never begins, shares Crystal. You forgot to say hi, shares Kaidot. Aw, that's very sweet. That's so wholesome. Yeah. I like people that say hi even in the middle of their conversation. Oh, I forgot to say hi. I think we all can aspire to that level of wholesomeness. Dear Zoe, you ask if I have any tips on feeling overbearing or like a burden. Aw, you are not a burden. But how can you realize that yourself? You give a lot of your energy to people that don't truly receive it in the way you intend. Is that not so? The people in your life that have made you feel like you were a burden, do you truly feel understood by them? If you don't truly feel understood by them, then clearly they don't understand who you are, and thus them making you feel like you're a burden is not a reflection of who you are in understanding. What about the people that you do feel understood by in your life? You might never truly believe in all of the wonderful things that your loved ones say for you, but you feel understood by them, and that means something, right? You might not trust of those things in yourself, but you can trust that they mean that. And that's what matters. We might never believe that we are smart or kind, patient, empathetic, wise. But if the people around us make us feel understood, and these are the same people that share such praises of us, part of being in their life means that we value what they have to say. And I can value my friend's perspective. And if my close friends that I feel understood by say kind things about me, and even if I don't perceive it directly myself, I know that they do, and I can cherish them as a mirror for myself too. So I hope that you surround yourself with people that you feel understood by, and that you listen to their genuine praise, not as mere flattery or compliments or as an echo chamber of toxic positivity, but you hear the sincerity in their voice when people say that you are a blessing, you are meant to be here, you add value to this world. And I hope you discover those things in yourself too, based on the positive impact you have in the people that are truly receptive to your intentions. Thank you, dear Lexi, for your 108 roses. I was watching that number go up. Is it going to go to 108? It did go to 108. For example, to add to our discussion, dear Zoe, I don't truly know if what I provide in this space is valuable. But since I know that the gifts come voluntary from people like Lexi, that is not an affirmation that my value is derived from these gifts, but it helps remind me that there truly is something valuable here. And so thank you for that, Lexi. Bhairava Rudhuraya Maharudhuraya Kala Rudhuraya Kalpanta Rudhuraya Vira Rudhuraya Rudhra Rudhuraya Ghora Rudhuraya Aghora Rudhuraya Martana Rudhuraya Anda Rudhuraya Brahmanda Rudhuraya Chanda Rudhuraya Prachanda Rudhuraya Tanda Rudhuraya Shura Rudhuraya Vira Rudhuraya Bhava Rudhuraya Bhima Rudhuraya Atala Rudhuraya Vitala Rudhuraya Sutala Rudhuraya Mahatala Rudhuraya Rasatala Rudhuraya Talatala Rudhuraya Patala Rudhuraya Namo Namaha. And thank you, dear Lexi, for your hand hearts. There's some for you, Tom. Thank you, dear J. Kimberly. Infinity is love, shares Lexi. And G, you share the concept of eternal expansion and every possibility, and how unfathomable the concept of no beginning nor end, the Brahman. I'm glad you gave such an answer to this question. It's beautiful. I think as partners, dear Gabriel, in your life, you touch upon how we share the burdens of our beloved. Something very miraculous happens when we connect at the level of the soul. We begin to share our karmas voluntarily. You can choose to opt out at any time, like the cookie preferences on the internet. Your partner's problems are only your responsibility so long as you choose to be a part of their life in that way. And that is a beautiful choice that you can make in your free will. And there are times when we should opt out of that. But yeah, I think partners can really mirror each other in many ways. And we may go through similar experiences that they have gone through as a means of understanding them, as a means of bringing healing together through empathy. Part of love means that you want to know what it's like to be them, see through their eyes, feel through their skin. Sometimes the universe arranges situations for us, it seems, to be able to experience that on a very literal level. Thank you, dear Codeman, for your heart me and tiny. Yahoo! And Chief Zona, thank you for your love. Thank you for your heart me. Enzo, you ask, if this 3D dimension feels so limited, how does one tap into the infinite nature? Well, let's think about what the term dimension means and where the number 3 comes into this picture. When we say dimension, we mean an independent axis of experience. Experience happens in many flavors. There's our space that we live in. Our space, for whatever reason, has 3 dimensions to it. Left and right, forward and backwards, up and down. Our time has 1 dimension to it, before and after. So adding to the 3 dimensions of space, the 1 dimension of time, we have a 4-dimensional space-time. But space and time isn't the only part of our experience. Space and time describe gravitation, but it doesn't describe electromagnetism, nor the strong or weak nuclear force. Each of these have their own dimensions, just not spatial or temporal, more abstract kinds of independent axes of experience. There's also emotional dimensions, spectrums of love and hate, patience and anger, like and dislike, hot and cold. These are also dimensions, just more sensual dimensions, less quantum mechanical or relativistic in the physics sense, but more human kind of dimensions of experience. So the symbolism here, going beyond the 3D, just means going beyond your environment, expanding your awareness to other aspects of life beyond just the physical. Become sensitive to the inner world and its infinitude of dimensions, the infinitude of your conceptual space, your imagination, all of the flavors of sensual experience in our sight and sound and taste and smell and texture, and there are so many more dimensions than just left and right, up and down, forwards and backwards. That's how we tap into the infinite. Thank you, dear Zoe. I am indebted to you. Hello, dear Saturnus. Thank you. I am from Vancouver Island. Dear J. Kimberlin. Hello, dear Chloe. You're still awake. Infinitude is a good word, isn't it? Infinitude. Thank you, everyone, for exploring my question of the day on infinity. And how did I make my way to the left side of the screen again? I seem to always do that. I'm slowly going this way. Thank you for asking, dear Hunter. Pardon me. I have been well. My mental and physical health seems to be improving the last few years, and I'm so grateful for that. How are you? I make you giggle. Well, I'm happy to hear that, dear Roxy. There's lots of things to laugh at in this world. May we give ourselves to the fullest of our capacity in everything, except for donating blood. Save some for yourself. I'm feeling that gratitude as well, dear Roxy. You've been getting better. I'm happy to hear that, Hunter, too. Clean from substances now. What a blessing that is. I'm sure you're feeling the positive effects of that in your life. You donate your blood every 3 months. How wonderful you are, dear Roxy. Every 3 months you must give a lot of blood, hey? I can only begin to imagine how many people's lives you've changed with that. On behalf of everyone that needs blood, which by my measure is everyone, thank you. O negative, universal donor. I love that. Oh, it's nice to have you here in this present moment, dear Code Ma'am. We are going to end our live stream now. It's been a long one today. A mini Yamathon, I guess it's called. We have a meditation planned, which is a very simple mantra chanting. You're be positive. I like that, Code Man. I try to be positive as well. Thank you, Bob, for the heart me you sent. Dum Durgaya Namah. Thank you for your time, dear Crossfires. So, for our meditation, we have a mantra japa section again. Today's mantra again comes out of the Kamika Agama, which we've been going through sound by sound. In the second chapter of such an ancient scripture, the meanings and associations of each sound are given. Today's sound is nya, which, if you listen closely, nya. That is the enye to Spanish speakers. It looks like this character in Devanagari, the most common script used to render Sanskrit. There's a little dot on top of it that turns it into a nasalization. It's a very unique sound. And of course it's symbolized by the enye in the Latin alphabet with diacritics. Spanish speakers will know, but many people don't know, even if they know a little Spanish, that the enye is not truly an N followed by a Y sound. It's not nya, nya. That combination of an N and a Y is an approximation. What you actually do when you pronounce this sound is you curl or you arch your tongue up to your palate, just as when you were to pronounce another palatal sound like cha, or ja. Everyone knows how to pronounce cha and ja. Notice that those two sounds are in the same place in your mouth. Cha, ja. Ja is just a voiced version of cha. Cha is just a voiceless version of ja. Nya, this sound here, sound of the mantra, is also produced in the same spot. So try to make a nasal sound like na, like the letter N, but in the place of cha or ja or y. The letter y is also pronounced there. Ya, 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 cha, ja, nya. So this is the bija, the seed syllable of this mantra. Nya. It's said that this is capable of destroying disease. Obviously, I won't tell you to do this instead of going to a doctor. But if you have some spare time, you might as well try it. Who knows what could happen? The form of the divine that this sound is associated with is Koti. Koti. K-O retroflex T-I. It's a form of Rudra, which in turn is a form of Shiva, the auspicious one. The dative form of his name is Kotaye. The whole mantra is Om Nyang Kotaye Namah, which means salutations to Koti. I've added some other pronunciation pointers, like the O, A. These are all long vowels. The T with a dot under it is retroflex, meaning you curl your tongue backwards to pronounce it. So in Koti, you actually turn your tongue upside down, and you use the bottom of your tongue to touch the hard palate. Then there's the nasalization, as I said, the anuswar at the end of both these bijas. Where you bring the place of resonance in your body all the way to the highest place, your nose. Finally, at the end of Namah is a mini exhale, symbolized by an H with a dot under it, or these two dots you see in the Devanagari. It's known as a Visarga, an expulsion of breath. Namah. So if I try my best to pronounce this in the way these sacred sounds are intended to be expressed, one more time, it's Aum Nyang Kotaye Namah. We'll be chanting it 108 times together, and we'll use the help of a mala, which has that many number of beads, so we don't have to count it ourselves. Another thing I forgot to mention is it's said the color of the sound is yellow, and that's why the text you see is yellow. I'll begin. Aum Nyang Kotaye Namah. 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 Let us spend a few moments in silence, basking in the reverberations of this mantra. May we feel the presence of the invoked Koti. Invite any possibilities for healing in our life. Thank you for chanting or meditating with us. That concludes our live stream, everyone. So thank you all for participating. Much love. Dear Meandering, you share you wore these beads during childbirth for healthy delivery. What an auspicious thing to do. I've never even thought of beads used in such a circumstance. You have taught me yet another use for malas, especially Rudraksha, I assume, for your case. I am sure that your baby is blessed with the auspiciousness of Shiva. This was the first time you've done anything like that, shares Zoe. Oh, new experience. Congratulations. It's a very different thing to do. Chant sounds of an ancient language. But one of my favorite things to do. I hope you continue to enjoy that. Ah, dear Dhan Biswa is here with all of their wonderful emojis. I love to see that. I'm glad you like the extended Oms, dear Neskule. There's so much texture in the sound. I heard a theory that it comes from the Proto-Indo-European word, which is spelt with a laryngeal, then an E, then a W, and then a labial laryngeal, which, according to the most basic understanding that I have of Proto-Indo-European phonetics, that might be pronounced something like if you are pronouncing it very slowly. And as a root of Proto-Indo-European, which is the ancient ancestor of the Indo-European languages, it's the root that means to protect. And if I'm not mistaken, I think my name might even be derived from that root. It might be cognate with the Old English helm, or the Germanic helm, which means to protect. You can find it in Sanskrit words like avatara, which means to to descend as a protective form. The root itself may mean as well to help, a connotation of helping. So it can mean a word etymologically by this theory. You are invoking your higher self in the form of protection, in the form of help, which I think is a beautiful theory. I'm not totally sure about the accuracy of that theory. It is just a theory, but something I learned recently. Hello, dear Gasly. So, we've come to the end of our live stream. Thank you to my lovely moderators who have helped keep the peace. Thank you to everyone who helps keep me humble, hold me accountable to the ways in which I can make this space more inclusive for you or anyone next time. May this live stream be an offering to the divinity within all of you. Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityor ma mritangamaya. Shanti 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 Harihi Tat Sat. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness to the light, from death to deathlessness. Om. May there be peace in us, may there be peace in our environment, and may there be peace in the forces that act on us. I just realized I didn't explain exactly how that root might be related to my name. You heard, hopefully, the connection in the Germanic Helm, which comes at the end of the full name Wilhelm, which eventually becomes William. And then, of course, my name Liam is a contraction of that at the end, which is the Helm part. And that is my name, Liam. For posterity. And yeah, it's found in the word helmet, which literally means that which protects. Thank you for being here, dear Suz. Namaste. Nice to see you here, even for the moment, dear Purusha's mouth. Thank you, dear Hybrid Gem, for your friendship necklace. Harihi Om Tat Sat. And much love to my beloved G to Infinity. If you're still here, thank you for being such a wise soul and a reflection of so much fun facts today. I love your comments today. They were very fun. But you're always welcome to be a silent viewer, as everyone is, of course, too. Goofy Goosey. That you are. Much love to you. Thank you, Angel, for your tiny. Yippee! And may you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste. Oh, thank you, Cheryl, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Lexi, for your 11 roses. Hare Krishna.